You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
What's going on, man? People are asking, am I in the car? You know, I am back in the studio. Doug is not coming back to the studio until XMRUSD hits 5,000. That would be nice, but no, I'm back in the studio, guys. Back in the studio. Yeah, I don't know when XMRUSD is hitting 5,000. I don't know. Maybe like 2 years. 2 years from now. Who knows? Who knows, guys? Monero should be at 10K.
If we can ever get Monero to follow that one chart, forgot what it was called. That one prediction chart. Yeah, the Hopium chart based on transaction count.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Hold on, let me like and retweet. We got 22 live listeners. Please do the same. Retweet. Let's get the word out. These shows do well, guys. We get a lot of people in here. They do well. We get the word out. I just did a live Monero talk with the Monero Pay people. Also, yeah, we got a bunch of like noobs that were coming in. It's always nice to see new people, Monero noobs asking questions. That's a good sign. That means we are growing. But the only way we grow is if we continue to push the word out. No, the algos aren't helping us in any way. As free speech oriented as Elon Musk is, I don't think his algos really help Monero content. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it's my anecdotal observation. So guys, like and retweet. It's up to us to spread the word. Tux, what's going on, man? How you doing? Anything?
Going, yeah.
Anything big this week?
Nothing particular. Working on stuff at Cake. Trying to get ready for the conference. Got my flight and everything.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll be awesome. It's coming up real fast.
Coming real fast, man. It's real fast. You know, it's like there's so many balls to keep in the air with these conferences. Like I think I was saying last time, like it doesn't really scale well when you do these things because you're just interacting with so many individual people, all the individual speakers, the vendors. It's hard to juggle these things, even though we're not talking about like 10,000 people. There'll be like 200 people, maybe more, because we're gonna really try to get the word out locally. So I'm hoping we tap into that scene a little bit. We get a bunch of locals to show up. But nevertheless, it's just a ton of work and coordination. I don't know. It feels like it should be easier. I feel like it should be, but for some reason, there's just a lot of little things involved. A lot of little things.
It is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. And and coordinating it in Mexico City just adds like a whole nother element, right? It's not in my backyard, but it's all coming together really nicely. I'd say bigger and better than ever.
I mean, I'm sure in a sense it's a little bit easier this year considering you were able to get the same venue, a lot of the same people. So I'm sure that takes some time and headache off of having to coordinate that as if you were to do it in like Argentina instead.
100%. We got rid of a lot of the unknowns. So dealing with the same venue, and they're tremendous. But even with dealing with the same, it's like I had to go back down there, and it wasn't until I like saw them in person, and it's very hard to communicate with them for some reason from a distance. And I don't even think it's a language thing. It's just kind of like a cultural thing. And also they're just very busy people too. They have like events like every freaking day. Like when I was down there, I was talking to some people that were working at the venue. And they see me like scurrying around trying to figure out the internet situation. They're like, what? They're like, what time is your event today? I'm like, it's not today. I'm like, it's a month from now. I'm like, I'm down here trying to make sure everything's good to go. They just have a different mindset. They think like they're not thinking about Monerotopia until like the Wednesday night before.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm like
right before the conference, and you're like, hey, I'm here. It's time to start.
They're just kind of on another level. So yeah, let me bring up the website, Monerotopia.com. Guys, grab your tickets if you haven't already. Most importantly, spread the word. I tried putting a tweet out this week, like I was giving away 0.1 XMR to the top 5 people that helped spread Monero. I was like, post it on Reddit, or I don't know, very simple stuff. Send out a tweet. I think I got so far like 1 person to participate in that. I mean, I can't make it easier for you guys. So I'm like willing to give you 0.1 XMR to go make a post on Reddit. Probably take you 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Let's be realistic. All right, 10 minutes. So yeah, help me. I shouldn't even be paying you to help me. Just spread the word, guys. You're literally hanging out on the internet all day.
Does someone usually post it in r/Monero?
What's that?
Someone usually posted on r/Monero, the subreddit.
Does somebody usually do it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, Sunita posts stuff on there all the time. She posts like the shows and stuff. But it would be good if it comes from other people in the community, Put a post up about Monerotopia, help spread the word. You're literally on the internet all day, probably just consuming bullshit 98% of the time. Be a producer.
Doug's judging
the word out. Yeah. Shortwave server tip, 25 cents. Speaking of locals, how was locals turnout in Monerotopia 2023? Pretty good. I mean, the indicator we had was when Andres gave his Monero 101 talk, and he thought like nobody would be in the room, in the dome, and there was a crowd. There was a crowd in the room.
Pretty good. I actually became friends with a couple locals while I was there, and one of which I actually have a contact with, and it sounds like he'll come again. So it's pretty awesome.
Oh, awesome! That's beautiful to hear.
Yep.
Yogi tipped 50 cents. Sup Monero friends. Sup Yogi. Guys, use XMR. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Use XMRChat.com/ Monero talk to send your Monero super chats. Super easy to do. You just got to go to that link and you'll be able to figure it out. You don't need to create an account. If you've ever used Monero before, it should be very intuitive for you to do. You just put in a little username, real or fake, enter your message, and then it's just going to ask you to send Monero to an address. Even if you send like 2 cents, just use it. So yeah, back to the event. What do I want to say? Obviously, email us at Monerotopia Proton Mail if there's any way in which you want to participate. It's getting a little 11th hour now, but we will entertain your requests as long as we have time to see it. I don't know, maybe you want to come set up a stand there. You want to sell something. You want to come sell gold backs for Monero. I do have somebody that I think will be selling like silver coins and gold backs for Monero, I'm hoping, which should be cool. But yeah, anything, guys, come down there and I don't know, sell freaking 3D printed keychains. I don't know, come sell your wares for Monero. Come set up a stand. Well, we could try to find a place for you. There's going to be many dozens of other vendors that are local there that will be accepting Monero. But you're welcome to do things like that as well. Let's see, tickets. $99 for general admission. We have the local ticket, the VIP ticket. I think we're pretty much actually kind of beyond capacity on the VIP ticket. We'll be bringing that down soon because I'll only be able to fit so many people into the speaker dinner venue, which still has not been finalized, but we will. And that will be a nice party. That's like a chance for you to hang out with all the speakers. Amazing speaker list, amazing speaker lineup. We have all the big names in Monero, obviously, especially the likes of Luke Parker and Arctic Mine, Justin Berman. Very excited about Jeffro. He hasn't participated yet in a Monerotopia. Luke, obviously, everybody knows Luke, working on full chain membership proofs and Sarai decks. So super excited about that. We have the DarkFi team. I don't need to go through everybody. Just amazing list. Xano guys, Basic Swap. We still have at least one other speaker that I'm adding here.
Need to send a title.
Okay. Oh, you? Okay. Yeah. Well, we have you as a workshop, right? Oh no, you're doing a talk too, right? You're doing Cake's talk.
Yep.
Oh, you got to tell us when you want to do your workshops.
Oh, when? Okay. Yeah. Let me.
Yeah, we'll figure out.
It'd
be cool if you could kind of do like, I guess, like one a day, right? How do you want to do it? What do you think? I mean, I think that's like definitely going to be a popular thing.
Yeah, I think so. I might want to at least do that one twice.
Yeah. And then we'll have a Monero 101 in Spanish. Hopefully, at least, yeah, that'll be like once a day. Actually, I need somebody to help me do a Monero 101 in English and just man the station there. Yeah, I don't know, Tux, if you'll have the capacity to do that. That'd be fantastic if we could put that on the schedule too. Chill is going to be, ran it last year with Devrick, but they're going to be focused on the build-a-thon stuff, so I can't really rely on them for that. Plus, Chill helped me out with the door. But yeah, Tux, maybe you could help me out with that. And if there's anybody else that wants to volunteer in any way, if you want to help us, there's a lot of little things that we need help with throughout the conference. Running the door, maybe even potentially kind of being quote unquote security at the dome. You don't need to be like a 250 pound bodybuilder, just somebody who can make sure, people that are going in there have their bracelets on. Just because we want to make sure that we always have a seat for people with bracelets. If we don't have enough room in the dome at any point, we'll have the talks playing on the TVs outside on the flat screen, so it should be okay. But yeah, what else did I want to say here? Oh yeah, so yeah, reach out, Monerotopia@protonmail.com if you want to help volunteer in any way, or even run the Monero table. So I'm thinking of putting that in the workshop area. So there'll be the workshops, but we could just have a Monero 101 table that anybody could show up at any time during the conference. It will have Monero literature there. We'll have pamphlets in Spanish, and I guess I should bring them in English as well. But I think most noobs showing up will be Spanish speakers. And hopefully we'll have it, set up in a way where people can maybe get onboarded on site, receive, their first 50 pesos in Monero. We could give away some Monero to people that want to come download Cake Wallet, get $1 or $2 in Monero. But I need somebody to kind of dedicate and help me run that table. And then we could just try to send as many people as we can in that direction. There's going to be lots of people in the conference. Obviously, everybody that's buying a ticket to attend, but the way the conference is set up, it's the public can kind of just walk through into the marketplace. So hopefully we can grab those people, grab their interests, maybe send them over to the Monero 101 table. I had somebody complaining on Twitter, oh, are all the vendors going to be accepting this year? Because last year I had to help onboard vendors. I mean, yeah, I need help, guys. I'm only one person, right? People have these expectations, I'm a Fortune 500 company with 300 people working for me. It's just me and Sunita. So yeah, you might have to pitch in and help onboard a vendor if he hasn't yet been onboarded and he's sitting there. But that should be something you enjoy doing. I would hope you would enjoy that. The process of teaching somebody about Monero, sending them their first Monero channel. They'll all be willing and ready to accept. some of them at that point maybe hadn't received their first transaction, or they didn't download the wallet yet. Like I can only do so much to these people. I can't. I'm not them, right? So we're trying to coordinate and get them to be prepared. But the reality is, you may show up and you spend your Monero at one of the stalls, and the guy hasn't downloaded a wallet yet. He knows, oh yeah, I know we're supposed to be accepting Monero. At that moment, you're gonna have to teach him. Go to the Monero 101 table, pick up the Spanish pamphlet, give it to the guy, have him download the wallet. So, we need you to help participate and make sure everybody's using Monero. But they'll all be at least willing and mentally ready. They may not all be like 100% ready in terms of having their app up and running.
Yep, that makes sense.
And I
the local node and everything.
Yeah, you saw how many vendors we had there last year, right? And I'd say it was a great success. By the end, I would say everybody was accepting Monero, but anybody that I wanted to buy stuff from at that point, I had figured out how to get to accept Monero. Yeah.
Yep.
This year should be much, much better going into it. And then by the time we leave, once again, it'll be even better. I told the story last week how when I went down there to visit recently, I still saw people with their Monero stickers up, and I went to 2 different vendors and used Monero. And there were people from last year, which is freaking amazing. Like, conference is worth it right there. if we're coming back to Huerta Roma and there's vendors still using Monero, that means we succeeded, guys. Malone Labe tipped 50 cents. Keep spreading the gospel of Monero, guys. Yeah, 100%. It's a meme at the end of the day, guys, like anything else. Yes, when I had the Monero Pay people on, they'll be down there, by the way. Awesome team. Two young people, a guy and a girl. They've been at MoneroCon the past 2 years, so they're coming into Monerotopia. They'll be doing a talk on Monero Pay. Monero Pay is actually an exciting. Do you know about it, Tux? I mean, we talked about it on here, how we integrated it into the Nodo, but have you been following it at all? It's actually, they got a pretty big vision. I mean, they basically want to make the BTC Pay, the Monero version of BTC Pay server, which is super cool. And it's they're making quite a bit of progress to the point that we've integrated them into the Monero Nodo. But they got a big vision, and they're really smart, and they're really ambitious, and they're very creative people. So they'll be at the conference. They'll be talking about Monero Pay, and we might try to hack together like a working Monero ATM. They're willing and excited to try to do it. We actually just need to get they're looking for like an old used internet kiosk. That's what they say would be ideal, like something like that, like an old like internet kiosk terminal where that it has all the things where you traditionally those things were used, you'd pay and then you get credits to use the internet, and it has a screen built into it. They're looking for like an old machine like that, and then they would want to try to retrofit it into like a Monero ATM. So anybody wants to help out with that, reach out to me, help us find an old used device that we can buy. It would probably only cost like $200 or something. And then we could try to retrofit it into a Monero ATM. It could be happening during the conference. It'd just be fun little hacky side project going on. Quick question, tip 50 cents. Where will the QR be to connect to your Nodo? Also, does Cake Wallet automatically switch to another node once the conference ends and you guys shut off the Nodos? Yes, I mean, in Cake Wallet, you could go and you can, I forget the menu, right? It's called like connection and sync or something. I forget what
it's just under the hamburger menu, connection and sync, then tap manage nodes. That's it.
Yeah, you tap manage nodes and you'll see the list of nodes there. Cake by default gives you one, but you could add your own. And so if you go to add new node, one of the options at that point then is to scan a QR code. That QR code will be on the Nodos themselves, running there. Boom, and now you've added you've added, the node to your Cake wallet. But there'll be people there. Hopefully, there'll be somebody sitting at the Monero 101 table to help you through it. And yes, obviously, after that, you can add it back to whatever node you typically are connecting to. So yeah, that should be fine. And they'll be on the same running on the same Wi-Fi network that hopefully that you'll then run on, and that should make everything run smoothly. In theory, guys. I think that's it for intro stuff. I think that's all I got to say right now. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so we have nothing new. We have Tatiana, Derek Bros, and Sir Jams a lot. They'll be performing. We'll have like a stage, hoping to have those performances happening outside the dome. There'll be like a little kind of live performance area. There'll be other local entertainment hopefully happening in that area as well. Trying to figure that out now as we speak. And then the conference itself is going to be jam-packed again. I tried to like maybe make it a little more spaced out this year, but since we made it only one stage, it's only going to be main stage talks, 4 days. It is an extra day, but we have a lot of speakers. We have a lot, which is a good thing. So actually that is something I do want to get the word out on. The conference is starting, as everybody should know, on Thursday. I think we originally said like the first talk would be around 4 o'clock or something. First talk will now be at like noon. All right. Potentially earlier. So we'll probably let people start coming into the venue at like 9 a.m. so we can check people in. And right now the first talks will probably kick off at noon, maybe even a little earlier, just so we could fit everything in during all 4 days. So treat Thursday like a full day of conference, and be ready to come and start your Monerotopia journey Thursday early in the morning. And yeah, man, I'll leave it at that. I guess let's bring the news. We're going to switch things up a little bit this week. We'll do news. It works better for Tony. And then I think we'll probably bring the guest up, and then we'll do price report. We'll probably go in that order.
All right. Right before we have another super chat from claims to be Bawdy, tip 420. How difficult would it be to add images to super chats? I bet that'd be a big motivator for people to start using it more on their streams.
I like that.
Interesting idea. I suppose you could, let's say that Doug wanted to do a section of the stream where he reacted to stuff you guys shared. You could super chat for Doug to react to something. Maybe you could send an image, or even before that feature gets implemented, assuming it would be, you could send like an Imgur link or a more private alternative link that has an image.
Yeah, I mean, are the super chat tools doing that? They must be doing this, right?
I don't know. I don't know any super chat tool that lets you. I mean, obviously you'd have to pull it up yourself. That's the thing. It wouldn't be able to show up on the stream. You couldn't pull it up from the actual super chat that shows up in the comments. They would just have to send a link, and you have to pull it up manually. Images for super chat required a minimum of $10. Yeah.
What was that? Images.
Just reading my use case comment. Images for super chat required a minimum of $10. It's premium super chat.
Well, I mean, how would it work, right? Because it's you can't connect an image to a regular chat.
No, you can't. Now, unless you're using OBS, this could be possible because OBS can display custom stuff from the browser.
Right.
But with the StreamYard setup, you'd have to pull up an image manually if somebody sent an image or an Imgur link or.
Yeah, we have some big ideas for XMRChat, as I'm sure you can imagine. But right now, just trying to get its core functionality working as smoothly as possible. It's pretty good though. It's pretty good. It's pretty good right now. But yeah, I would like a way to be able to send. I think I've said this right, kind of like integrating it with Twitter, with X, so you can send super chats, XMR super chats to anybody's Twitter account, kind of like what you guys do with Cake. But I think that could be a pretty powerful concept, right? So imagine now I could start, or anybody could start now sending super chats to Trump, to the @Trump account, even though he didn't technically create one. You could auto create one on the spot for anybody who does not yet have one, and just start sending them super chats, and they can come and collect those super chats. I think that could be a good way to pull in new users. And then we could tweet out there and be like, hey, look, come collect your super chats. You have, $100 worth of Monero sitting there from different people that have been trying to contact you. Different ideas like that. But yeah, there's a lot of things we could do. And I think XMRChat can really help in growing Monero, because it is a tool that's kind of useful to people beyond those that just are Monero users, right? Anybody that's streaming can understand, like, wait, wouldn't it be great if I got the super chats I'm already getting, but I get 100% of the revenue instead of 80%, right? I think that's kind of like a no-brainer for people. And then so the real chicken and egg problem there then is getting your users, your viewers to use it, right? At that point, they have to go get Monero to use it. So there's going to be that friction, but I do think there'll be a time where that friction's overcome, because people are going to want the money, right? At the end of the day, they're going to be like, all right, I'd rather get 100% of my tips than giving them up to YouTube or some other middleman. And then also, I think the motivating factor will be the realization that you can't, these other systems could like maybe silence you, shut you down. The tips go through a centralized entity before they get to you. Not only are they taking a fee, but they could theoretically cut you off from their system. XMRChat is, way more. It's certainly not a decentralized system. We have a server that's running, but the tips themselves are peer-to-peer. They don't go through us at all, right? So it's kind of it's arguably way more unstoppable in that regard. So all the tips are peer. So you could be out there streaming about whatever the hell you want to stream about using XMRChat, and your fans can send you tips, and you don't have to worry about, PayPal shutting you down or some shit. I think those will be like kind of the two things that maybe help grow XMRChat beyond just Monero users. But I digress. Tux, let's move it along. We'll do the news, and then we'll get our special guest for the day.
All right.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Tony.
Hey guys.
Tony,
Happy
what's
weekend.
up?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good, man. Good. How you doing?
Good. I see your bicep veins are puffing.
Oh yeah. Good. All right. That's a good sign.
I was listening and I was like, oh shit. Yeah. Good.
I don't even do buys, man. That's the thing. I don't even do buys. Well, I do pull-ups.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm basically a pull-ups and push-ups guy at this point. I don't really have too much time to hang out in the gym. And I try to do a little short sprints every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, man? You're pretty fit, dude. How's your health these days?
It's good.
Still, you working out?
Yeah. I'm still this was the first week because I had some long injuries that I've been dealing with. So this was the first week which I've been able to actually do push-ups and pull-ups, like you said.
What kind of injuries you got?
Oh, long time deadlifting, it's just powerlifting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really bad. So, and I've been doing ice baths, which helped a lot. So I go in 5 minutes, and if you just feel so good, zero soreness, and mentally, your dopamine goes up to 100% 4 to 6 hours after you do them. There's so many benefits. So I highly recommend ice bath to people. And that'll make you mentally resilient like Monero.
Where are you doing that? You're doing that at your own place, or you're going to a place to do the ice baths?
I used to buy the ice and do it in my ice bath, ice tub. Oh my god! But,
which becomes an ice tub.
Which becomes an ice tub. But so in Romania, it's cold, but not. They can't stream water so cold because the pipes are gonna freeze. And in Florida, it's too warm. So I go to my gym here, and it's pretty much 40 Fahrenheit, almost to the freezing point. So it's really, really cold. but you feel amazing.
I do the cold shower thing, or I always end my shower with like as cold as it can get.
Oh, it's cold in New York, so yeah.
Yeah. I would do the ice baths. I don't know, but they I don't know. I think you do feel great. Like I love jumping into just like the cold sea in the winter. I'll do that
awesome.
Not on a regular basis, but like once or twice during the season.
Yep.
I'll try to jump into frigid waters. There's nothing better. Oh my god. It's just
exactly.
like, right?
But especially it's different than an ice than going in a shower. It's totally different. Like it's still really, really cold, but if you get into an ice bath, which is almost to the point of freezing, just mentally and but it has so many benefits, like just mentally and physically. And again, like you can work out really hard, like the world's strongest man. And then I'll end on my little rant on ice baths. But the world's strongest man, he does ice baths after every single training. Bjornsson, if you know him, and then he has zero soreness. And Larry Wheels and all these guys.
Yeah, I can totally start doing that. But I've also heard like conflicting things though too, right? Because it just like, I don't know, it boosts your adrenaline. Like it feels great. You like that feeling is like really from kind of an adrenaline rush. But is it good to like give yourself those adrenaline rushes on a daily basis? I don't know. I could totally get into the whole ice bath thing.
I know.
I'm always down for the adrenaline rush. But yeah, I don't know. I guess
it's like they compare like cocaine and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's more like it's not like a surge and then a huge drop, like a spike and a drop. It's more like a sustained. Yeah, Andrew Huberman did like 2 hours just on this alone, and if you can, I think you'd love it for sure. Just you get out and you just feel so clear mentally, and you feel like unstoppable. It's crazy.
And the sauna too, obviously, is a fantastic thing to try to incorporate in your life for you know, especially cleansing yourself, right, of like the heavy metals and stuff. That's kind of one of the ways you can do it by sweating it out. I don't do it.
Yeah, and especially if you're in this fight with Monero and for freedom, you gotta be strong physically, mentally. So
you do, man. You do. You need the eye of the tiger around here. It's the this is the battle of the freaking century, man. For sure. We are up against some very strong, powerful, dark forces that do not want Monero to succeed. I mean, I am pretty I'm pretty convinced of that. But they also, I don't know, some of them maybe do want it kind of to succeed because they need something they can use too to do their sketchy stuff. We got another tip here. BRJ tipped 50 cents. Heidi and Tobia crypto tips are constantly giving shout outs to XMR. With 224,000 followers, they might be good people. Yeah, for sure. I like messaged with them on Twitter recently. I said, come on the show. When they were talking about Monero, they're like, yeah, but then I don't know, it never happened. But yeah, it would be better if I went on their show, right? Like them coming on my show won't really help Monero. If I go on their show, or one of us goes onto their show, that would be a big help because now we're talking to their 224,000 followers. So yeah, try to make that happen. Good point.
It's a huge following. But yeah, let's get into the news section. So let me share my screen. Okay, and talks are done. Okay, perfect. Okay, and before we start, guys, like and share. This helps a lot, obviously. And then I'm watching the YouTube comments as well. So if you have any questions, if you want to add even a link that you guys want us to go through right now, or if you have any questions about what we're going through right now, then you can go ahead and write that in the YouTube chat. I'm watching that one specifically. Now, over quick conference, if you want to buy your tickets, use the code 2024 Tux24. I tried Bawdy. I forgot Bawdy's code. I don't think it's Bawdy24. Bawdy.
No,
write your code.
Should be.
Should be.
Is that Bawdy24? Okay.
I tried.
Bawdy.
Yeah. But Bawdy has a code, so Bawdy, if you can write it down for people. There's Vlad24 1-800-Monerotopia, I think. There's a lot of codes, so use all of them and
just use 2020 Tony 24.
Yeah, or just use that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the first thing for this week. Japanese authorities arrested a gang of 18 scammers by analyzing Monero transactions. Now let's actually go into the article itself from Cointelegraph. So the group of scammers had been under investigation since August by Japan's new cybercrime unit. And essentially what we're going to discover by going through this is that actually they didn't mention it, but usually what happens is that it's not that they cracked Monero and they discover the malicious things they've done with it. It's usually pure OPSEC, like just the people probably using Monero, putting it back on some centralized exchange, who just either their credit card or their card, and there we go, and the money goes into their account, which is identified to them, or probably some stupid way like this in which they messed up. But here's a graph, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can see it, but just shows quarter-free statistics and graphs on security incidents by chain. You see Ethereum, Bitcoin, BSC, Cosmos. Where's Monero? I don't see Monero. That's quite odd. Well, yeah, that's because you can't track it. So it's a really short article on this. But what I can also mention is that the transaction total about 100 million yen, which is $670,000. So did it actually? And people on the subreddit on the post mentioned this too. Whenever some criminals are apprehended and they use Monero this way or another, the news must always be phrased in a way that it makes Monero seem easily traceable by authorities, while the truth is always that it's not Monero which failed, but the back OPSEC practiced by these criminals. So if you ever hear stuff like this, it doesn't mean that they cracked Monero. It just means that the criminal is just did some bad OPSEC because of, I don't know, they're just not. They just didn't care. I don't know. Now let's move on. Let's talk about Saylor. So pretty much, if you're paranoid crypto anarchist if you hold your own keys and don't trust the government. That's what he said in this interview. So let's watch it. But according to Saylor, just trust your government. You don't need to hold your own keys. Just use some centralized exchange or use some bank to hold your Bitcoin, and you're gonna be fine. And she made some good points about what happened to gold in the 20th century. So let's just watch this video and then we'll comment a bit more.
If there is more Bitcoins held with these third-party custodians, what risk does that pose, having greater supply held by fewer large institutions? Does that increase the risk of seizure and confiscation like we've seen with gold? And is that not exactly what Bitcoiners don't want to happen?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think that when the Bitcoin is held by a bunch of crypto anarchists who aren't regulated entities, who don't acknowledge government or don't acknowledge taxes or don't acknowledge reporting requirements, that increases the seizure. You have an OG crypto community that's very hardcore about it, but if you look at where all the money is, 99.9% of the money is actually in the traditional economy.
If you consider the Great Depression, I mean, people thought that their gold was safe in banks until the executive order of 1933. So we're not entirely safe. I mean, I know that's kind of a wild thing to suggest may happen again, but history does repeat itself. So yeah, people's Bitcoin wouldn't be entirely safe.
People say that, but mostly it's paranoid crypto anarchists that say that. Okay, because it's a myth and a trope that goes on over and over again. But first of all, he didn't really seize the gold. People voluntarily turned in the gold. They didn't go and kick in everybody's door, arrest them, shoot them, and take their gold. That never happened. Is the United States on the Bitcoin standard?
Maybe we will be soon.
But the point really is we're not. Right? It's totally not a reasonable comparison. You know, people have these inflammatory, tropes or inflammatory memes that they use. And it's like, I say that because I want you to give me your money. Okay, like if you don't trust the bank, then you'll buy my hardware wallet. If you don't trust this government, you'll move to my country and you'll buy a passport from me. That's the kind of fear mongering to get you to give me your money, right? And I use it to sell you a gun, to sell you a hardware wallet, to sell you an account, to sell you a financial advisor, to sell you an insurance.
Or to sell you Bitcoin, because what, God, what he's doing
This
with
guy
all
is
this.
such a charlatan. Holy shit.
The guy's like a status operative. I mean, the most like, oh my God, I know people's blood boil when they hear this. Like the most annoying part about this is that he's, like Tuck said, he is clearly the charlatan, and here he is essentially trying to call the crypto anarchists the charlatans, right? He's saying like, oh, they're just spreading these memes out. They're fear mongering because they want you to use their hardware wallet. They want you to store your key. Like, that's the scam. The scammers are the people that are trying to get you to use crypto correctly and hold your own keys, that are trying to scare you into using crypto peer to peer. Those are the scammers, not Michael Saylor, the billionaire who has just like he's basically a snake oil salesman. He's been from day one. I mean,
there's like no reason to believe he's not like a Fed op or just like a big bankster. You know, it's.
But he's not now. He's not like now. He's sitting here and like attacking the
tides turn so much like over the course of the Saylorism of Bitcoin. It's like at first it started out as like he was kind of like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to become a new standard. We're going to use it, and then it turned into, oh, Bitcoin just as a store of value. And now it's like, well, Bitcoin, do you really need to hold your own Bitcoin? You know, you're paranoid if you want to hold your own Bitcoin. It's like,
that's
crazy.
Insane.
I'll sell you something. Cake wallet. It's free. Download it today.
Yeah, exactly.
Your keys, your coins, baby.
He would call you a scammer. You're trying to scare people out of using the traditional banking system.
I'm trying to scam people by using something for free. Yeah, that's right.
But who's the bigger scammer actually? Because so he's okay. Like say people are actually money on the wallets and stuff like that, but he's making a lot more money by having billions of dollars invested in Bitcoin and getting the large institutions to hold a large amount of it, which drives the price up, which drives his own Bitcoin price up. So, and she made some very good points. So, yeah, it's this Saylorism, like Tuck said, it's crazy. YouTube comments. Mr. 1024, wait, so Saylor is anti-Second Amendment. He's anti-freedom. Paper Vigilante, big joke, that's all of it. Puts on MSTR. Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I'm sure Bawdy would like to say a comment or two, maybe when he comes up and does his price report, if he wants to comment on all this.
If this doesn't tell you that Bitcoin was hijacked, I don't know what was. The fact that this guy is like the big Bitcoin person that everyone knows about.
Yep. It's amazing though. Like there's all these people that are trapped in it though, right? And they'll just continue to go along with it because this has been the prediction from day one when we started to see this narrative, that the number go up narrative. And so even if people are sitting there and they're like, he's kind of wrong, I should be holding my own, they'll just go along with it because they want to see the price of Bitcoin go up. So they're like, yeah, go Saylor, destroy Bitcoin.
Yep. They want to maintain followers.
As Bitcoin goes up in fiat value, where I'm winning.
Yep.
Let's do a massive protest outside of the Bitcoin 2025 Las Vegas convention. Anti-Saylor protest. Pro Monero.
What is this?
This is the Bitcoin conference. It's in May next year.
Oh, okay.
It's in Las Vegas.
He's saying to go protest like outside, anti-Saylor.
Maybe we'll have to do the Monerotopia down the block like we did in Miami.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Moving on. So movie featuring that's cool. Movie featuring Monero playing in the San Francisco Bay Area this Sunday. So if you're close, go. But also if you come down to Mexico City on November 14th to the conference, they're gonna have their Mexican premiere.
Yeah, we'll be playing it in a theater across the street from the venue. Super cool on Thursday evening.
That's badass. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I saw this, I thought it was AI generated. I thought it was fake. I saw it just when I woke up. And but Joe Rogan actually got an interview, a podcast with Donald Trump. It's almost 3 hours. So I was excited when Elon Musk came on. I think he was only on for an hour and a half, maybe more, whatever. But this one is long. And with Donald Trump, I've only listened to about 30 minutes of it so far, but I'm sure it's packed with stuff. The first talk about first day.
If you could go to like the 41-minute mark, this is kind of a little slightly relevant, where he talks about Rogan asks him about like eliminating income tax. So I think this is a good one.
Oh yeah, yep.
Go ahead and play that. Like, is that 41-minute?
I'm not sure. I've seen that mini clip.
Yeah, it's like around the 41-minute mark, I think.
Word. I've said this for the last couple of weeks. In the dictionary today, and any is the word tariff. It's more beautiful than love. It's more beautiful than it. It's the most beautiful word. This country can become rich with the proper use of tariffs.
Did you just float out the idea of getting rid of income taxes and replacing it with tariffs?
Well, okay.
Were we serious about that?
Yeah, sure. But why not? Because ready? Our country was the richest relatively in the 1880s and 1890s. A president who was assassinated named McKinley. He was the tariff king. He spoke beautifully of tariffs. His language was really beautiful. We will not allow the enemy to come in and take our jobs and take our factories and take our workers and take our families unless they pay a big price. And the big price is tariffs. And he'd speak like that, but he was right. And then around in the early 1900s, they switched over stupidly to, frankly, an income tax. And you know why? Because countries were putting a lot of pressure on America. We don't want to pay tariffs. Please don't. Believe me, they control our politicians. If you look at the kind of numbers that these guys make then and now, but we had a commission meeting in the I think it was 1887. Think of this problem. We were so rich. We had so much money. We didn't know what to do. So they set up a blue ribbon commission on tariffs. And the sole purpose is what to do with all the money we had. We were so rich because we were taxing other people for coming in and taking our jobs. And China does it. That's what China did. If you want to open a factory and sell cars, if you build a factory here or have a factory, they don't take our cars. They wouldn't take our cars. But if you build a plant in China, you can do that. Elon did that. By the way, Elon is great. That guy is such a great guy. I think you're a fan of Elon.
I'm not sure if I should keep playing or
he just goes on and
yeah.
Pretty cool though, right? That he's doing Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah.
We'll see if we get Kamala on there.
No way.
That'd be crazy.
She can't sustain that.
I think she already declined.
She already declined. But we got Trump talking about eliminating income tax. It's pretty fucking awesome.
That's crazy.
I'll take that.
Slightly flirting, not official rhetoric, slightly flirting with the idea.
Yeah, of course.
It's nice to think about. I don't know if it'll actually end up ever happening, but it's nice to think about. And the thing is that people still don't like tariffs, right? But like from a crypto anarchist standpoint, tariffs is not free market. But tariffs over income tax gives you way more control over your money. Way more control over your money. Because you can just choose not to buy certain products. You can choose not to spend your money. Income tax, it's forcibly taken out of your paycheck every month.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Tux for president, 100%.
No.
And meanwhile, Trump is flirting with eliminating income tax, and Kamala is flirting with implementing unrealized capital gains. So it's like,
that's still a major.
It's pretty big. Is either one going to happen? Probably not. If is Kamala, I doubt they. You never know. They might start. They might start with something small with the unrealized capital gains. I mean, that's like with income
we technically
tax, right?
already have that. I would argue we already have unrealized gains tax, which is property tax.
Yeah. There you go. I like that argument. So yeah, I was listening to the Trump thing, like the first like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, I felt like Rogan was just like, bro, come on, man. Because like Trump just kind of like, he asked him like, what was it like winning the presidency? And Trump for just like a half hour talked about like the Lincoln's bedroom. And then like and just like not really saying much about it, but somehow talking about it for a half hour. And like Joe Rogan's like, but what was like being president like? He's like, yeah, but I just wanted to let you know that it was surreal and being there. And like he went back and talked about it again. It was like, Trump's got this way about him to just really, he's really good at filibustering, right? He'll just kind of blah blah blah. And then sometimes you get these moments where he just says some really base things, but a lot of it's kind of just not heavy words, just calling things beautiful and great and wonderful. Right?
Tariff is a love language, guys.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful word. Like what? Like okay.
It may be, but what's not is Kamala comparing Trump to Adolf Hitler.
Oh my God, they are relentlessly now going. I mean, their rhetoric is much more concerning to me than Trump's, right? Like like the fact that they're out here like calling this guy a Nazi, comparing him to Hitler. You have Hillary Clinton comparing him now to Hitler because they're throwing a rally at Madison Square Garden. And in like the 1930s, there was a pro-Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden. So now they're equating the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden with the Nazi rally that happened in the 30s. Like, why? So like, it's Madison Square Garden. Like, so if Kamala Harris had a event there, would she also be a Nazi? Like, I don't get it. So why is this venue all of a sudden Nazi venue? It's freaking New York City, Madison Square Garden. He's having a rally there. I don't know why it's being equated with being a Nazi gathering because one happened there historically, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. And they're out there and this is like what they're telling their people and riling them up and trying to fearmonger and label this guy as a Nazi and how he's going to, the world will never be the same if Trump wins and he's going to turn the military against the people. I mean, I got my issues with Trump, but let's be real here. The guy was already president, right? So we see what he does. He's got flaws, but to equate him with Hitler and to use that and fearmonger against people who aren't really paying attention otherwise is really irresponsible. Like that's really irresponsible leadership. To be out there labeling the candidate that you're running against as Adolf Hitler, basically calling him like enemy number one, right? Like we can't let him win at all costs, and like at any cost, right? Like even if that means having to assassinate the guys, essentially is what they're saying without saying it.
I think I know what happened. It was her birthday, and she probably wanted Minecraft, but instead of Minecraft, she received the Mein Kampf, which maybe sounds similar. And so, she read about Hitler a little bit, and she's like, wow, he was a bad guy. He killed a lot of Jews, but Donald Trump didn't do anything. He didn't even start a war. But yeah, he's a bad guy. Why not? So let's go on TV and let's equate him to Hitler.
I'm tempted to go over to Madison Square Garden. I think it's tomorrow. I'm tempted to go over there and like interview people with the Monero Talk microphone and be like, are you a Nazi? As I asked, like, the old lady or the Jewish guy who's attending the Madison Square Garden event, like, are you a Nazi, sir? Because according to Hillary Clinton, this is a Nazi gathering.
God,
I mean, it's so insulting to all the people that are attending it. Like, it's really low IQ on the from their perspective because they're just turning all these people again. Like, there's no way. It's like when they called them the deplorables, right? It's similar to that moment. Basically calling anybody who supports Trump a Nazi.
It's so low IQ that. So actually, I'll share this poll and then we'll go into a video from an Auschwitz survivor on what Kamala just said. So Kim.com ran a poll. Harris says Trump is like Adolf Hitler. Who would you vote for? Adolf Hitler or Kamala? 89% voted for Adolf Hitler. Of course, Adolf Hitler being actually Trump, not the actual Hitler. But yeah,
I don't know. On Twitter these days, I don't know. Adolf Hitler might win.
Or he could win.
I'm seeing some crazy stuff out there. We have another super chat here. Definitely not Richard Stallman tipped 16 cents. Protect the state apparatus. Don't buy Monero. That is very, very Stallman of you. And another one over here. XMRChat tip 25 cents. When politicians are campaigning, you can depend on politicians to keep all their bad promises and forget all their good promises. Horton's Law. This is true.
It is true. Now, let's go ahead and watch this video. So, this comes from an Auschwitz survivor, Jerry Bartsky. He said, I know more about Hitler than Kamala will ever know in 1,000 lifetimes. For her to accuse President Trump of being like Hitler is the worst thing I've ever heard in my 75 years of living in the United States.
My name is Jerry Wartsky. I'm 94 years old and survivor of Auschwitz and the death marches. Adolf Hitler invaded Poland when I was 9 years old. He murdered my parents and most of our family. I know more about Hitler than Kamala will ever know in 1,000 lifetimes. For her to accuse President Trump of being like Hitler is the worst thing I've ever heard in my 75 years living in the United States. I know President Trump, and he would never say this, and Kamala Harris knows this. She owes my parents and everybody else who was murdered by Hitler an apology for repeating this lie.
Why should the Jewish people support President Trump?
Because he's a mensch. I believe that President Trump is definitely going to be good for Israel, because in everything that he's done up to now was in favor. He never double-crossed anyone, and he never showed any weakness. Watching President Trump pray for the hostages at the Ohel and spend time with him so meaningful. He has always stood with the Jewish people and the state of Israel.
So
he could have just said because they own him, but that too.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is like as pro-Israel as you can get. So
it's funny seeing that, like, basically both like the people on the left, so like Kamala, Tim Walz versus Trump, and JD Vance, like them debating. You see how like they're basically battling to see who loves Israel more.
Yeah.
Like, rhetoric changes when it gets closer to election time. Who loves Israel more?
Right. No, I love Israel more. Yeah, it's a little odd. I mean, last time I checked, Israel is a country separate from the United States.
Are you sure about that?
It's I don't know. Not gonna go there. But yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know what to think anymore. But I'm voting for Trump. That's for sure. The left terrifies me. As we all know, it's Coke, Pepsi, right? Either way. I mean, with Trump, we'll get. They'll slip something in else under Trump. The next Patriot Act or something will happen under the Trump regime. But there's no way any like pro-liberty person can be voting democratically right now. I mean, they're just off the freaking wall.
I already decided I wasn't going to vote, but I might go anyway because usually they lump local stuff like county clerk, whatever, in there. But if I do, I'll probably write in like Thomas Massey.
All right, that's cool. He would be amazing, right?
Which he actually just endorsed Trump, interestingly enough. Not sure if that's a good or bad thing, but...
I mean, hey, listen, what is he going to, he's got to...
Yeah, it's not like
he's a politician at the end of the day. He is a congressman, he's not... He's got to support one or the other. I mean, you see these people that have come out to support Trump too, right? I mean, you got Elon Musk out there freaking doing rallies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Elon Musk has he has over like $100 million in his America super PAC.
Yeah, he is
really. It's very different from, I think, last election cycle. There's a lot more money and there's a lot more big people who are on Trump's side this time around, I think.
Mm-hmm. I see the Elon Musk thing though. It just is a great business decision too. Like he's already got every left wing person lining up to buy a Tesla. Now that he's out there pro Trump, Joe the plumber who drives a Ford, the gas guzzling Ford, now may go out and buy it. Yeah, may go out and buy a Tesla. You might do it now. You won't feel like you won't be embarrassed pulling up at the bar in his Tesla, right? Nobody's going to be making fun of him if he goes out and buys one. Now it's like you'll have people on the right buying. Like he already had the market on the left. He already owned that. Everybody that is on the left the Tesla is the thing to get. What he didn't have was anybody on the right, right? Because they didn't want to be associated with whatever.
That's a funny way to look at it. On the political compass, he's really just a libertarian right, and he's just playing both sides.
It really opens up his market, right? If he sat down and thought like, how do I grow my sales? I need to get the other, 50% of the people that live in this nation to be willing to buy a Tesla. So smart move on his behalf.
Yep. Talking about the Democrats, some chose to lean towards the Republican side, just like Robert F. Kennedy. So I think in the same speech that Kamala did on Trump and associating him with Hitler, she talked about Trump using the military for his own benefits or his own person, which is quite an outrageous thing to say. So let's watch what Robert F. Kennedy has to say in regards to what she said.
Say one other thing. President Harris said today in her post, in her speech, she said that President Trump was going to turn the U.S. military against the American public and use the public to promote his agenda. How many of you think that is true? Well, what's interesting to me is that the Biden-Harris administration has done something 2 weeks ago that has never been done in American history, which is to send exactly lethal force, to send a directive to the Pentagon, changing the law to make it legal for the U.S. military to use lethal force against American citizens on American soil. Technically, now it's legal for the U.S. military under this directive. It will become legal for the U.S. military to shoot and kill Americans who engage in political protests because they disagree with policies in the White House. I'm not making this up. Any of you can look it up. This is a Democratic initiative. This did not come during the Trump administration. This did not come from Donald Trump. It came from the Democratic Party. And that's why I left the Democratic Party.
There we go. So we just said it. And I think last week we discussed about this directive in which they can now apply lethal force on the citizen. And when else did it happen? Well, during communism, slowly they infiltrated commies, and then they started to impose their law physically, lethally, imprison people. And we're seeing that in the UK. If you like something that is against the government or do something against the government, then you go to jail. That happened. And they didn't talk about this on the news, of course. This will be a major headline. But of course, they don't talk about this.
Slipped under the radar. Instead, they're calling Trump a theoretical next Hitler. Meanwhile, this what's actually happening in real time is they're preparing to turn the military against its own people. But Trump might act like Hitler if he gets elected.
Yeah, this is soft communism. It's just under radar, nobody knows, changing little stuff, little sentences, slowly going into constant martial law. Yeah, but he's a bad guy. And this post is funny. Somebody said, if Kamala wins, how many Haitians will invade America? And the Wall Street Silver said all of them. God, it's funny, not funny, of course. But so we talked about the US now. Let's shift towards the other side of the world, Europe. So I actually, I'm not sure if this is an article or not, but essentially it's a picture of what could be maybe some men from Africa in Germany in probably what is Oktoberfest. And the title says, "The New Germans, time to redefine what it means to be Deutsch." And to which Nem responded. Nem, which used to be a speaker at the Monerotopia conference. She went to the first one. She's been a guest. So please go ahead and follow her on X. She has a lot of good stuff. She said, "Fuck no, the biggest fattest no. Oppose this replacement agenda with every ounce of your being, or kids' future depend on it." But now, okay, let's take Kamala's association of Trump to Hitler. Now, let's take the fact that they're changing the law to implement a constant martial law, so they can use the military against the people lethally, which is what the communists did. What did they also do? Well, they also believed in, essentially, Hitler believed in the Aryan race. Then in communist countries like Romania, they were also pushing the Jews away. So they all marginalized somebody. And it's interesting what's happening today. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of like in reverse, where you take the actual population of say Europe, right, like predominantly white, and you're trying to replace it with another one with like from Africa, because they tend to be less educated, don't have access to good education, and probably they just want to replace the white with the Africans so that they can get all their votes and just be able to rule very easily. That's my hypothesis. And it's not being racist, of course, please. But it's just being like, I think that's essentially what's happening and why they're doing it. And they also want to confuse you with your own gender, like who you are as a person too. They can, this case, and we talked about trans in the past, I'm not going to get into it too much, but like this case of this kid appearing on National National Geographic, the gender revolution. When you're a kid, you're all sorts of stuff. I mean, if you're a boy, you might play with dolls sometimes, whatever, cars. Then you're a ninja. You're I don't know, you're a bird. When I was 5, I tried to jump off chairs and pretend I was a bird. That was a lot of stuff. But guess what? When I got older, these things kind of faded away because kids are not that. Their prefrontal cortex is not.
We had here in New York City, in one of the New York City public schools. This is my daughter goes. I could tell you endless stories of things I hear. I'm like, oh my god. But there was a crazy one the other day. One of her friends at a different New York City public school. It was a young boy, he's like 10 years old. In his class, he was forced to partner and dance with a male, like a young male black. He's white. He was forced to partner and dance with a young black male for like they were doing this dance event, and they wanted to mix everybody up. And so they wanted people to get, and they told the parents, well, we want them to get used to, they shouldn't feel like ashamed. Like boys shouldn't feel ashamed dancing with other boys or that. Like what oh my God. Like, I don't know. And forcing that upon kids, right?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a little crazy. And it wasn't like, it was just some like activity they're doing. It was like playing sports and like, let's get the, different people. It was dancing, right? So we want boys dancing with other boys in New York City public school. Like,
that's crazy.
Like that's just bizarre. That's just bizarre to me. And it's very apparent that there's some kind of agenda going on there where they're trying to confuse young kids. People might hear that and be like, it sounds innocent enough. When you collectively hear all these little things that they do and how they include it into the curriculum, it adds up. And it seems to be that there's a real agenda there of like you're saying, just essentially trying to confuse young kids about their own identity.
Yeah, transing a kid is just straight up child abuse, full stop, and should be punished fully to the extent possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
It should be.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah. So let's take a little bit of a break. A bit to me, this delisting Monero. Binance took it off. A bunch of other places. Does it affect us? Nope. Because we were not meant to be on these exchanges anyway. So whatever. Moving on. Just a quick mention. Okay, now let's go back.
Yeah, no one uses it, I guess.
Yeah.
Never heard of that exchange, right? Like,
yeah, same actually.
But are we running out of exchanges to delist from yet? I mean, how many more do we got?
We're getting there, closer every day. It's getting closer.
John Doe said XMR token, lol. Yeah. Okay, so we talked about the US, we talked about Europe. Let's talk about Brics. So they just had, I think, a huge meeting. And I think as of before this meeting, maybe I could be wrong, but in Brics used to be Brazil, China, Russia, India, United Arab Emirates, and now 13 more countries formally received partner status: Turkey, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Algeria, Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Indonesia, Malaysia, Nigeria, Thailand, Uganda, Vietnam. And moving on to this article, 159 out of 193 countries have signed up to use the new Brics settlement system. What does it mean? The US and European Union will no longer be able to use economic sanctions as a weapon. The system allows countries to settle trades and payments in their own currencies, reducing reliance on the US dollar, which, of course, is something that they need to do because of what things that Europe and US are doing. And yeah, you also have to count that Brics is representing 5 billion people, and we're like 7 to 8. That's more than half of the human population. It's quite huge. I've also seen circulating, which I didn't include in the news. I'm not sure if it's totally true. The Brics currency. Did it have like a piece of paper representing like a Brics cash, a physical cash? I'm not sure. I've heard opposing views. I'm not sure if that's actually I don't think that's what they actually want to do, to have like the Brics cash. I think they probably just want to trade in between, using their own currencies. But that's what you have to do. I mean, Europe is doing what they're doing, trying to, essentially, of course, the war was not easy for Putin, and I'm not endorsing him, but essentially, and he talked about it during this conference, is that I think he signed an agreement with NATO saying, stop, like if you keep pushing NATO into the east, there's going to be a problem. Besides, them wanting Crimea back and stuff like that. But they kept pushing NATO into the Ukraine, close to Russia, and they wouldn't take it. So I'm not endorsing Putin. He's not great, but guess who's also not great? The US and Europe. They all want something, and he had to prove himself in the world. So him and China and North Korea, they all partnered together. But it's very scary because they all have more toys to play with, and they're very powerful toys. And Einstein was talking about World War III and World War IV, but no, World War IV is going to be fought with sticks. But I think we're not even going to get there. And we talked about communism, and this is just enforcing it, what they're trying to do. Something called pre-bunking from Ursula von der Leyen, which is essentially you don't have to debunk information. So it's already out there and trying to debunk it. That's not true. No. During communism, what they've done is that they made it in such a way that you don't even know what's true, because they're changing history, actually, like legit changing history, so that you don't even know what's true. So
coming to a public school system near you.
Yeah.
From the president of the EU, man. This isn't crazy. Yeah, play this. This is just like, this is dystopia. Like we're already like halfway through the novel now. we're in it. This is insane. Play this.
Yeah, we're past 1984, first chapter.
Go ahead. Can you make it louder?
Damn it, Alex. I don't think I can. I'm sorry. Can you hear a little bit, or is it?
Yeah, you can hear. I don't know why it's so low, though. Your other videos were okay.
It's actually kind of low on my end, too. I think it's just the video is very low.
At least there's captions.
All right.
Is much more successful than debunking. Pre-bunking is basically the opposite of debunking. In short, prevention is preferable to cure. Perhaps if you think of information manipulation as a virus, instead of treating an infection once it has taken hold, that is debunking. It is much better to vaccinate so that the body is inoculated. Pre-bunking is the same approach. Because disinformation relies on people passing it on to others. It is essential that people know what malign information's influence is and what the techniques are that are behind it. And as the knowledge goes up, our chances of being influenced goes down. And that builds up the society resilience that we will need.
Beautiful speech. It reminds me of the 20th century. I think Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini, and many others gave a similar one. What the hell is this?
It's pre-programming. They want to program society so that they think in a certain way and that they're not susceptible to learning information that they disagree with, what they label as misinformation. That's crazy that they're out there publicly espousing these things, saying like, this is the direction we're moving in as a government. We are going to start pre-programming our citizens so that they're not susceptible to what we label as misinformation. So you're all on board with that, guys? Well, it doesn't matter because we're fucking doing it anyway. And we're telling you about it, and we're making it sound like it's a good thing. Yeah. It's insane. This is the freaking. That is terrifying. Terrifying.
But notice the analogy of vaccination.
Yes, while using a pro-vaccination analogy.
And essentially saying that free speech is a virus. Right. This is communism.
We need to vaccinate our minds so they're not susceptible to certain ideas.
We need Ursula chip in our head. Right. Okay, let's go a little bit back into Monero. I see on YouTube. I think it's a droid. This woman is and has always been a right-winger. Desperate propaganda. Yeah, they're crazy.
Vaccinate minds against using Monero.
Yep. Malicious node IPs discovered. As you may or may not know, you do have to be careful. Monero devs hunted down hundreds of malicious node IPs this week and made a list of them available at this link right here. You have the links available, so you can go ahead and click on it. and look into it yourself, these malicious nodes could potentially reveal the IP address of the Monero node from which originated the user transaction. Some of the IPs have been linked to the linking line infrastructure. They're all presumably from chain analysis, even though nothing is confirmed at this point. Yeah, so wanted to touch on that over quick. Then let's talk about this. This is fresh. It's being reported that British police are now blocking people from joining the massive freedom protest in London. Tens of thousands of people are already there. So yes, there is a massive protest in Britain for freedom. So I've read a couple articles, and I don't know what's true, what's not. It's hard, but essentially this guy Tommy, I think he organized this. He was against some anti-immigration stuff. Don't quote me on it. I don't know, but they jailed him, and people kept going. I tried to get some good information on this, but yeah, people are protesting. It's so hard to get information. I just go on X, to be honest, or try to read the news, and then I try to think the opposite. That works too. Including to vid, blind people can read captions. Yeah, we have all the links available. Shortwave. Dates over quick. Like I said, 35 countries representing 5 billion. Only China and India, they have billions of people, like 3 combined. So huge. Brics is huge. And last thing, guys, for today, quickly, Tucker Carlson interview, and at the 1 hour and 58 mark, Monero has been referenced in response to Tucker's deep concern about the lack of privacy in the cryptocurrency system. So let's go to 158.
Maybe a little before that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I think they've gotten sort of the U.S. government now. So Binance survived, where it was one of the biggest crypto exchanges, but now they're under U.S. government surveillance. So I think Binance is essentially just an extension, a crypto extension of the U.S. government at this point.
So can I just ask, as someone who believes in freedom, whose freedom is about to be taken from him, to me, the most intriguing promise, most thrilling promise of cryptocurrency was the ability to transact, any kind of economic financial transaction with privacy. It's like nobody's business, actually.
Yeah, it turns out it's not that private, though. In a lot of ways,
it's not private.
In a lot of ways, it's more so who the account holder is private until it's somehow made public. But the transactions are public forever.
Yeah, by definition.
By definition.
That's the point of the blockchain. But the idea that, no one has to know, like, I'm allowed to buy things or sell things without everyone knowing about it. That seems like a human right to me.
Yeah.
Will that ever be made good? I mean,
there are blockchains that operate that way. There are sort of hidden, like XMR, and there are blockchains specifically built to obfuscate ownership and ability to review the transactions.
But in say 20, I mean, this is an emerging technology. So in 20 years, will it be easy for the average person, i.e. me, to buy something or sell something using this technology as a currency, medium exchange, in privately?
It's called XMR Bazaar. Yes.
Yeah.
Available today.
In 20 years, you might be able to use it. Go ahead.
The core use of it won't be, but it's not private. It's not private now. Cash is your most private.
For sure. That's why they hate it. But cash is going away.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm not. Yeah. Sorry, the blockchain doesn't solve cancer and every problem. Just to be clear, it's just a very good network for sub-specific sets of purposes.
Yeah, I know. I was just
exists today.
The guy's interviewing is
Damn,
a little
I
bit
missed that, dude. XMR mentioned on Tucker Carlson show. Wow.
Yeah, first of all, he should have said Monero, right?
He should have said
come
Monero.
on,
But to be fair,
XMR.
you look up XMR, the first thing that shows up is Monero. So
Yeah.
Yes,
And then,
it's
but
well
then
done
he's not really pro Monero, right? He's saying like in 20 years it still won't even be usable. Like what? It's already very usable today for purposes of transacting privately. and you could buy
He's not
stuff
allowed to shill Monero, or else he'd be
on
getting
XMR
calls.
Bazaar, peer-to-peer with Monero today, not 20 years from now. There's many other ways to use Monero. Dark markets are using Monero every day. It's like one of the only use cases for crypto for actual cash purposes. Not 20 years from now, people are using it. It's working as digital cash. So, I mean, that guy's got to get with the program, or he's intentionally avoiding the program.
I mean, it was mentioned briefly, very briefly. It was mentioned, and it was XMR and not something like Zcash. And also, it's a very big show. And also, I do notice this trend of Monero slowly being picked up by large people. Even if it's just mentioned, it exists and it's well known at this point. Monero is well known. So
agreed. It's a win.
And I'm sure a lot of these people who are in these higher up positions, they aren't being paid to promote privacy coins, right? Their money's in Bitcoin. Their ecosystem, whatever they operate around, is supposed to be Bitcoin. Usually it's not even Bitcoin, it's custodial crap, whatever. But it's nice to see Monero kind of get shoved in there occasionally.
Yep.
Exactly.
Awesome. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, guys. And again, like and share, subscribe, and we'll see you next week.
Awesome, Tony. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
all
guys.
right, we got 141 live viewers. Guys, keep sharing. Let's get the numbers up. We got a lot more show to go. We have Bawdy coming up with price report, but I think we'll first bring up our special guest, right? Should we do that first? Tony, what do you think? I mean,
Tony's gone.
what do you think?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, let's bring up Kushed.
We're gonna bring up Kush. He's gonna be talking about SquadSwap. He's gonna be talking about SquadSwap. So yeah, let's bring him up.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Kush, what's up, man?
Yo, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Great show, by the way. Every topic was up my alley. And I don't know, you guys are going to need to get me on the show now and then because, great topics, great discussion. Love it.
Yeah, it's an open platform. You're welcome to join anytime. We have our special guests, but then we also have at the end of the show, we do viewers on stage where anybody can jump up and talk. So always welcome to join. But yeah, we wanted to bring you on today as the special guest. You're one of the Monerotopia sponsors in an adoption alley. We greatly appreciate. Actually, no. Do we have you on as a full sponsor? Right? But I don't even now. No. Yeah. You took a privacy tech sponsorship. Greatly appreciate that. And so we wanted to bring you on, learn about your product. My understanding, it's more than just a instant exchange. There's more to it. So why don't you go ahead and tell the people.
Should I also bring Forrest up? Is he?
Yeah, Forrest. I think he's on the sidelines as well, waiting to join us.
Yeah, I'll bring him up.
Yeah, bring Forrest up.
How's it going?
Hey guys, awesome show. Thanks for letting me up. I think I'm going to let Kush take most of the lead, but be here as a bit of a hype man on the side, to chime in and talk about SquadSwap when appropriate. But he's definitely the Monero guy in the crew.
Awesome.
Sweet. Yeah, no.
Forrest is my wingman, I take him to the clubs and everything. You got my back.
You can't show up to the party without your wingman, right? I mean,
there you go. Oh man.
You guys make a good duo here. So go ahead, give us the quick pitch on what it is, and I'm sure we'll get into it on a deeper level.
Yeah, sure. Definitely. Well, let me start off with myself. I've been in crypto since the early days, early 2012. Bought my first Bitcoin when it was under $50, and ever since I've been on this journey, and pretty much quit my day job and did quite well for myself in this industry. So yeah, eventually got bored of trading and wanted to build stuff, and being an early miner of Monero as well back in the days. Should have kept most of it, but that's another story. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm all about privacy and freedom, and you know, I mean, Ron Paul got me down this rabbit hole journey, and you know, yeah, started going deeper into more into crypto. I like that whole cyberpunk concept, and which, you know, Bitcoin diverted it away from since it got hijacked. But Monero is the new cyberpunk, you know, so that's good. So yeah, I'm here to you know, fully support it, embrace it, bring awareness to it, because yeah, to me it's the closest thing. I mean, yeah, as you guys mentioned, you know, cash is going to get replaced, and eventually it's, you know, there's got to be digital currency. And as far as what's most aligned with you know, libertarian ideologies and freedom and privacy, it's Monero. You know, it's unbeatable. So yeah, we started our exchange, SquadSwap. It's almost a year. A lot of stuff, a lot of building, but now we want to use that platform to you know, show support for Monero, bring awareness, and especially all these delistings, which was great for me because I scooped up all those dips. But yeah, you know, we want to, you know, we see that as opportunity, pretty much, right?
So
go ahead.
is Monero listed on SquadSwap right now?
It is. Matter of fact, we just got the bridge up. You guys can test it. I would use small amounts for now, but by the time Monerotopia, it should be fully tested, vetted, and UI improved. I mean, UI is still very minimalistic, and because it's very simple function. It's kind of a bridge. So there is two parts to it, right? Because there's the wrapping part where you're bridging Monero over to Binance chain, and then you have the DEX part where you can, you know, trade it decentrally. And
yeah, so why don't we give a little shout out to SquadSwap and what it is exactly, Kushed?
Yeah,
because I think a lot of people here probably don't know, right?
Yeah,
sure.
definitely. Yeah, I think most people are just assuming it's just like a standard instant exchange, but there's
yeah, this
kind
is
of
my
a
first
more
time hearing about it.
decentralized element to it.
Go ahead, Forrest. Give him a brief rundown on what the platform is.
Yeah, so SquadSwap is a DEX, and it's actually a multi-chain DEX. We're currently operating on BNB chain, Arbitrum, Base, Polygon, Blast, and Optimism. But most of our community is really on BNB chain. And what's happened recently is, you know, we've been growing, and obviously for us as a DEX, you know, decentralization is a cornerstone to anything that we do. On the DEX, you could swap very, very easily between tokens and also farm after you provide liquidity on certain pairs and even earn rewards from pools. So it's super cool. We've been super stoked because we've been kind of rolling out new features that bring a centralized exchange experience onto a DEX, right? So our slogan is actually better than sex. You know, because that's the experience we're really looking for, and we want to build tools for traders because we are traders, right? And yeah, when it comes to Monero, right now you could use wrapped Monero on BNB chain because there's been a group of devs who've set up a bridge between Monero and Binance Smart Chain. So you deposit your Monero, and then on the other side you get wrapped Monero. And on SquadSwap, what that means is that you know, it's allowing people to trade pretty easily and also earn some more rewards. You know, if they provide liquidity or even just by staking the Squad token, they could earn some wrapped Monero. You know, much like you guys, we're huge believers of privacy. And I think what happens, I'm sure you're pretty well aware, is we kind of get stuck in these echo chambers, right? And so what we thought with Wrapped Monero is that this is going to reach out to a whole new audience of users and people who really want to access the upside of the token.
I think your timing is obviously fantastic. Monero is always looking for new unstoppable on ramps and off ramps. As we're all seeing, Monero is getting delisted basically from every centralized exchange. So out of a pure need, something like SquadSwap really could help serve a purpose in the community. How long has it been around? How long has this DEX been around?
Just under a year now. So
Okay.
in December we'll be celebrating our first birthday, and yeah, I mean for Monerotopia we'll be hitting 11 months, so we're excited, you know.
Okay, so yeah, not too long. What are most people been using it for? Can you give us like some insight into who most of your traders are? What are most people trading, swapping on SquadSwap?
Sure. We do have an aggregator, so I mean, if you swap on our swap, you're pretty much hitting multiple exchanges, DEXs simultaneously to get the best price impact, right? But we are trying to we've been experimenting few use cases, and stuff, but we've well, just a little background. The whole platform began from there's actually a link at the bottom if you go to info and learn about rise of SquadSwap. It's an interesting story because it's a community project that was that started from a NFT collection called Pancake Squad NFT collection, and that was created by Pancake Swap. So that was their original NFT mint. They've supported IFOs, and you could use the squad collection as your profile image or earn points on Pancake Squad. But eventually the community diverged, and because they didn't feel like they were being appreciated, or enough utilities weren't being delivered, or actually nothing was being done for the community. So community said, okay, screw it, we'll just start our own DEX, right? So and here we are down a year later. I kind of lead the project, but it's really a community project that was started. So we do have use cases. You could take any NFT and wrap it into a new standard. I forgot the ERC number for it, but you pretty much, it's a 404. So it's a DN 404 standard, which pretty much tokenizes your NFT. So you could take any NFT, wrap it into a token, and now you could exchange it on any DEX, Uniswap, SquadSwap, whatever. So you can tokenize any NFT, add it to the farms, pools, provide liquidity. It gets treated as pretty much any token. So we were the first ones to create a universal NFT wrapper. We're bringing, if you actually go to our main page and click on advanced mode, we're bringing centralized exchange feel to a DEX. So it's actually using the same engine, same contract, same backend to provide centralized exchange like trading. So you can do limit orders, spread orders. We're adding all kind of new features as well down the line, and we will be pushing new updates, UI updates very soon, which drastically improves a lot of things. Right now it's still early beta, but yeah, the idea is to have a decentralized exchange where you're still custodian of your funds and everything, but your experience is no different than centralized exchange. It's actually much better because you get much deeper liquidity, we will have more built-in bots, so you can execute, your own custom-made bots or in-house made bots. So it's really going to be a nice hub for traders, whether you're beginner who just wants to do a simple swap, or you want to do some advanced trading, charting, botting, and all that jazz. But and as far as Monero, we do have in that advanced menu where on centralized exchanges you have the pair section, whether it's on the right or whatever. We will have XMR pair section, so there will be a section of pairs strictly under XMR category, and we will try to bridge over other layer one coins, maybe privacy coins as well down the line, whether it's Xano, Dash, whatever it might be. But if they do, they will be primarily pegged against Monero, because we see that as as far as privacy coins go, Monero is the king.
Very cool, very cool. So practically speaking, for somebody who wanted to use SquadSwap perhaps as a way to obtain Monero,
sure,
like real Monero, like what would be the steps that they would have to go through? What would be the easiest way for them to get into Monero using SquadSwap?
Of course. So we have the bridge creators, the dev team, we're very close to him. I've known him again since the earlier days, 2013, 14. These are one of the most, and in this space, you really, to build trust, credibility, it's not about being doxxed. It's about actions and time, right? That's what takes, that's the main ingredient to building trust and credibility. Well, we're working with such a team, created a multi signature wallet to create this bridge system. So if you go to XMRWrap.com, I think I'm gonna check myself. I want to make sure I'm giving the right, but yeah, it should be XMRWrap. XMR.
Yep. Still there?
May have lost
hello,
him.
hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
it is XMR.
There we go.
Yeah. Hello.
Wrap.com.
Yes, we got you.
Okay, so yeah, that's the site. It's actually much simpler to use than standard bridges people are used to using.
What is the site?
Concept, XMRWrap.com.
Okay.
So you wrap your XMR into a BNB BSC token, and they're gonna add support for other chains as well down the line, and other layer one coins to be bridged. But XMR is the first one. So yeah, you go to xmrwrap.com. Just enter your wallet BSC address that you want to deposit your XMR to. Soon as you click register, it'll give you a deposit address, and from that day forth, you don't even have to go to that website. You can
It's XMRWrap.com, not wrapped.
Yeah, wrap, not wrap.
Yeah, I sent it in the private chat if you want.
Oh, wrap.com? Okay, got it. I see it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So yeah, you just enter your BSC address, click register, you get your dedicated deposit address. Right now it's static. We are gonna make it where optionally you can choose a new address each time, for increased anonymity. But yeah, right now you get that address, and as soon as you get your address, you don't even have to go to the website anymore. Anytime you want, just send any amount to that address, and it will get deposited into your BSC address. And if you want to unwrap, just go to the website, connect the wallet, choose the amount you want to unwrap, the destination XMR address, click transfer, and transfer goes instantly into your wallet. Deposits wrapping will take some time, because we do require, I think minimum is 3 confirmations. 3 to 10 we'll adjust that, but yeah.
So just from my understanding, because I never used Wrap Monero. So for somebody who wants to obtain Monero, right, they would go to your DEX, they would trade some other crypto for wrapped Monero, right?
Yes.
That's simple enough. That's just like using a instant exchange. They'll get their wrapped Monero, and then they would take that back to something like XMRWrap.com, and then they can turn their wrap Monero into unwrap Monero, correct?
That's right.
That's right.
You can test it. Right now we have about, I think, close to 40K liquidity, but our the goal is to get that at least 250,000 before Monerotopia, and by the end of the year we should have about close to 1 million concentrated deep liquidity for Monero. But
That's pretty
yeah,
cool.
you could.
That's pretty cool. Who runs this XMRWrap.com? Is that you guys as well, or?
Well, it's our peers, great devs. Like I said, we've known them for over a decade. We've done huge amounts in group buys, transactions, escrow. None of our people are doxxed. I'm not doxxed. Most of my team people have never seen my face. But yeah, we try to stay anonymous. However, the bridge wallet, you could say, that custodian wallet is a multi-signature, though we are aiming to fully decentralize the bridge, even the domain. So even the domain website, we're experimenting with new ways of it. So even if the front page is seized, taken down, whatever, well, it can't, because that domain itself, the TLD, will be decentralized, as well as the backend that will be running on a decentralized nodes, including the Monero wallet itself.
Okay. Tux, have you ever messed around with Wrap Monero?
No, I've never used the Binance Smart Chain. So
well, let me give you guys some history on this. It's actually Binance, when CZ was running the show in the earlier days, and this is when you actually the earlier signs that Binance is about to be taken over shown was it wasn't really the delisting, because Binance officially was supporting the XMR wrapped version on Binance chain. They actually had Binance pegged XMR. They just they decommissioned it eventually. So I was like, something's up. Because even the Doge, right? Like if you see, like there's official Doge wrapped version on all the chains. So who's the official pegger, right? You gotta ask. So I believe the current version is still Binance pegged Doge. So even like if you go to if you're trading on a PancakeSwap or doing loans on VXS, like these huge platforms, and even on Ethereum you're trading Doge, that's obviously a wrapped version of Doge. That's not the real Doge, right? So who's the wrapper, you got to ask, right? So that's where it goes back to. So I think the current version is still Binance, but they're still supporting Doge wrap version, but they pulled the plug on the XMR. So we're just kind of taking over where they left off, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll definitely see some demand. Like I said, people are always looking for new ways to get in and out of Monero in a KYC free way, in a kind of unstoppable, decentralized way. So as you continue to develop this tech and this platform, and it works right now today, right? For somebody that wants to effectively get in and out of Monero,
yeah, like you have the page open. If you go to like click earn tab, go to forums, you can actually earn. I think the APR at the moment is close to 30% or something. You can actually earn 30% APR, just providing XMR liquidity. And we'll adjust this as needed as more LP increases to keep the APY high. So
yeah, see it come across the screen there. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So wait, what can you currently earn on Wrap Monero right now?
So by providing liquidity, by providing I think the pair is Monero and is it BTC?
Click on the forums tab.
No, it's BNB. Monero and BNB.
Monero and BNB liquidity, then you could earn about 30% in the farm by providing liquidity and then staking your LP tokens in the farm. And not only that, we also have pools, right? And so these are generally for squad token holders. And it's a way of like, onboarding, our community into different tokens and different, giving them exposure into different worlds. And so if you go up, scroll up, you'll see the pool tab. If you keep scrolling up, you'll see pools next to farm or
farm
liquidity,
types.
a little higher there, little higher.
Oh, okay, pools.
Yeah, there we go. And so now if you scroll down to the bottom of this page, you'll see
No,
the
it's at the
opportunity
top.
for people to
It's the bottom.
scroll to earn wrapped Monero by staking Squad. And so, this is our way of onboarding more people into the community, right?
Yeah, getting XMR into more hands, pretty much.
What are the risks involved, right? I mean, earning 30% sounds amazing, kind of like a little too good to be true. What are the risks that come with doing something like that?
Well, it's 30% because the liquidity is still low. I mean, as the liquidity increases, that APY will decrease. So you'll probably stabilize around maybe more of a 5%, I'm assuming. But again, it's up to the demand. Yeah, if the volume is good, then yeah, that could definitely go higher than 5%. It could still go above double digits. It all depends on the volume afterward. But yeah, it's still not bad. And all they gotta do is wrap some XMR, provide liquidity, and start earning. And you could even compound, sell your earnings, buy more XMR, add it to the LP, or withdraw it, unwrap it to your wallet, and keep your XMR in a safe place. But as far as the contracts on the platform, we are audited by top companies. There's two. We use Cyberscope and also Peck Shield, which did, which is the team that company that did the auditing as well for PancakeSwap, and they've pretty much been hack proof, and knock on wood, so have we. But yeah, contracts are there, they're open, they're audited. You guys, anyone is open, welcome to audit it themselves, check it out. And but yeah, as far as the funds, you're still the custodian of your own funds, whether you're using the DEX or not. But yeah, I'm not honestly, I would say the weakest chain in the link would be at this point. Again, it's not like I don't want to scare people off, but yeah, but it would be the bridge. Yeah, but again, there's steps already in place to mitigate any high risk, and we're also putting more steps into. Matter of fact, to mitigate any potential risk by completely decentralizing the bridge as well, not just from from even ourselves and from authority and from hackers and all that jazz. But yeah, I mean, we know we're old school. We know what it takes. We know the optics of things. We know that this is crypto community, at least the OG group. They drill down. They like to ask questions. They like to see where the weak points are versus the new generation of meme coiners and price go up and rah Michael Saylor. But no, we're trying to keep it true to the core. But yeah.
Beautiful. Nihilist, or I guess Nihilist, that's a tips at $1.23. Very glad to see more decentralized exchanges pop up. Stay ungovernable, folks. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are always excited to see more on-ramps, off ramps to Monero. Tip 25 cents. How long does it have to be wrap staked for any limitations? I guess somebody's saying like, yeah, is there timing involved? If you stake your Monero, does it have to stay locked for a certain amount of time, or?
No, there's no time limits, expiration on anything. It's all up to you.
Yeah, you could wrap and unwrap.
Yeah, you can be in and out. If you want to make a quick trade.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are probably like kind of like rolling your like, why these guys seem so noobish about that? Because I mean, a lot of people Monero, all we do is use crypto Monero for trading peer to peer as digital cash, right? Like there aren't a lot of dexes around for Monero. There's not a lot of ways to do DeFi with Monero. So I don't think there's too many people out there who have even done like the wrapped Monero thing. I know it's been around for a while. So
trust me, man, you know, I know the pain, and I was just fortunate enough. Well, we were fortunate enough to be in a position that, you know, we saw the writing on the wall. We saw these delistings. We saw, you know, and I mean, you know, you can even check my tweets. You know, I tweet about this stuff, and I even say it. One day there's gonna come a day where all these Bitcoin maxis are actually gonna attack the Monero community. They're actually gonna work hand in hand with government entities to take down Monero, because in reality, that's is the real threat to Bitcoin. I mean, Monero is what Bitcoin was supposed to be. I mean, we all started with Bitcoin. Yeah, we knew it wasn't anonymous, but we knew there was, ways of, taking anonymous routes, right? There was mixers, just, custodian, KYC custodian wallets, nothing, right? So it wasn't that much of a concern, but right now it looks like, it's funny to me also, when people say, oh, Bitcoin is the most decentralized. No, it's not. There's actually 2 or 3 people that manage the main 2-3 pools that have over 51% of the hash rate. And these are already factories, warehouses under government regulations. All it would take is the government to say, hey, you're not going to allow any process any transaction that is not a whitelisted address or KYC address, something, right? If you don't follow this, we're going to shut your facility down, and if only 2-3 oblige, then that's it, screw your decentralization, it's all gone.
Yeah,
so
I mean, like for Bitcoin,
right, that doesn't matter how strong
50%.
your hash power is. Go ahead, sorry, Tux.
I was just saying, for Bitcoin, over 50% of the hash rate, isn't it like via BTC, Foundry USA, and Antpool, and that's like the majority of the hash rate on Bitcoin?
Yeah, pretty much. And it's also funny when they're like, oh, run your own full node, help decentralization. No, you're not. You're just running resource for no apparent reason whatsoever, because you're not helping anything. Miners are, and that's the thing, the whole this new era of Bitcoin maxis, they're just, I don't know, they're just blinded by numbers go up, and even the numbers, there isn't much room to go up either. Well, you're gonna go up 4, 5, 10 times. It's more crypto with XMR has 20 times more potential than that, if not more, but it's not even about if numbers go up anymore. I think it's a trap at this point, pretty much. I think it just, look, BlackRock and Larry Fink, these people are not stupid. If they're shilling something, that means they already bought. When they were hating on Bitcoins, they were buying. Now they're down buying, they're shilling. So what they're doing is, oh, ETF, great. So what are we going to do? Oh, let's do this. Let's take every baby boomer's money that they put in their life savings, in their retirement and stuff, and then let's start buying Bitcoin and pump, BlackRock's Bitcoin up, and then we're going to crash Bitcoin. While we cash out, we're going to blame crypto and Bitcoin for baby boomers losing all their life savings, and then they're going to go after government, begging for more regulations, so crypto won't do this to them anymore, and they win. They cash out at the top, they blame crypto loses, they get regulated. I mean, it's such a simple plan. It's genius. I mean, if I was an evil genius billionaire, Larry Flink, I would probably do exactly that. But they can't do this with Monero,
You fit in very well around here, my friend. So stop by anytime. You're speaking the language that we often speak around here. I don't know why we get it. Yeah. A lot of people, the noobs out there, man, they're getting fooled by people like Saylor. Like you said, even the number go up narrative is kind of silly at this point, right? Like, yeah, number's going to go up, but you're not going to 1000x from here for Bitcoin. I mean, maybe in a couple of centuries, I don't know, but it can only double so many more times. So even that narrative is a bit silly. Like you said, it's really just about capturing the people and then being able to offload their profits.
Right.
No, you guys are definitely going to hit it off at the event. I think Kush definitely speaks the language.
Yeah.
And we're definitely bringing.
Sorry, go ahead, Forrest.
I was just gonna say, I think that's why Kushed is actually you're the real bridge in this situation. You know what I mean? Because you're going to be able to speak the language at the Monero event, but then at all the other events that we go to, you know, when it's maybe it's ETH Denver, or, you know, I was just at an Avalanche event in Argentina. You know, it's really important to meet and talk to new people who aren't in the same ecosystem, because you know that's really how I think we grow and how we could really connect.
Yeah, and from a Monero perspective too, right? Like I said, a lot of Monero people are looking for new on-ramps, off-ramps, but this also becomes a great way to introduce the DeFi community to Monero, right? So there's those that really, you know, haven't really gone down the rabbit hole of figuring out why privacy matters, why crypto needs to be fungible. But maybe as they're playing around on SquadSwap and they're trying to, you know, just make $1 no matter what form it comes in, they eventually stumble upon wrapped XMR and start learning about it that way. And
look, our link to
hopefully
Telegram
with enough
is
education.
there.
What's that?
Yeah, I was gonna. You hit it on the nail on the head. The education is one of the things is we're trying to bring through SquadSwap as well. So if anybody, and this education can go both ways. We're educating our community about XMR, and yeah, XMR community probably needs to be educated on, you know, decentralized exchanges. And, you know, welcome to join our Telegram channel. We have people, even community members, just anxious to hold hands, help people out, introduce. Our actually community is very vibrant, very down to earth. If you like my character, you know, or Forrest, you're gonna love our community. So it's a great place to be on our Telegram. And you know, we're gonna introduce actually mining Monero as well. You know, easy JavaScript, so anybody can run from any device. Provide this to our community, so and people can get involved in mining Monero as well. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm not even sweating about centralized exchange delisting. This is actually you know, a great opportunity in disguise for the whole XMR ecosystem, because, you know, look, centralized exchanges are gone. Their time is limited. They serve their purpose. You know, every giant falls. I don't know if you guys remember back in the days, you know, the
AOL,
Binance. Well, the old OG Binance, what used to be Poloniex or Brics, right? That was the exchanges to get listed on. If you're listed, boom, you made it, right? Where are they now? You know, gone. Same thing is gonna happen to Binance. You know, I wouldn't even get excited. Like, you know, our community is like, oh, when Binance listing, you know, as far as our tokens, I'm like, I'll go with the flow, I entertain them. But in reality, I really don't care, because that would be a waste of money, waste of effort to put getting listed on Binance. You know, this legal stuff you got to jump through and all the fees you pay. It's garbage. Why? When 2 years down the line, they're not even going to be here. There's already decentralized exchanges that are operating. You know, the UI mimics completely, you know, centralized exchange. So why even put your funds, let some central authority be the custodian of your funds? No, just go to DEX. And the way we're trying to build our DEX is to really give people Web 2.0 experience when joining. You know, it's we're trying to make it simple with the instructions, with the UI. So when people try to use our platform, they won't feel like, oh, it's a new Web3 crypto thing. No, it's just like signing on to, I don't know, Facebook something, you know, using it a native Web 2.0 app. So of course, there's a learning curve to everything, but it's not complicated. And if there's questions, we're definitely around, you know, to help out. And we will be putting out more step by step or how to instructional videos that, you know, goes over specifically each function, each procedure, all the great features we have. So yeah, hopefully people won't mess up, but honestly, there isn't a lot of room to mess up anyways. You know, everything is pretty self-explanatory.
So just
Fantastic.
to cover, if I can
Go ahead,
ask
Tux.
once again, the risk of putting your Monero into wrapped XMR, you're relying on this service that's hosted by a party. Let's say the service shuts down, because I don't really
Right.
know how the client's smart chain works, so I
Right.
don't know what the guarantees are here. Let's say the service shuts down, you can't unwrap your wrapped XMR. What
Right.
are your ways out at that point? Can you still swap your wrapped XMR for another BSC token?
Yeah, you can always swap your wrapped XMR as long as it's, well, your wrapped XMR never really leaves the Binance chain, right? It's it actually, the way it works is once you bridge over, the contract mints that exact amount of XMR you bridged over. When you bridged out, that exact amount is destroyed. So the amount stays, consistent on BSC's side to what's exactly in, let's say, the hot wallet, right? So what you're really asking, well, you actually asked it pretty clearly, what happens to the XMR. So what happens is, the wrap one you can still trade, but you won't be able to exit till let's say the new UI comes up, right? So there's fail-safe procedures in place just in case the interface gets taken down, or some authority seizes whatever. There's a bunch of onion links, whatever we can provide, that will provide you interface to the backend. So they can take the interface down. The backend they'll never be able to take down, and you could actually interact with the backend without even a interface. There'll be instructions for that as well. However, as soon as we put the backend on, there are layer 3 blockchain service providers that pretty much do what like Amazon AWS does, or DigitalOcean. They're pretty much hosting small VPS sessions in a decentralized fashion, right? So you got redundancy within, let's say, 21 nodes running your VPS session. So all we need to do is offload the backend onto one of those services, or actually multiple services. Then at that case, at that point, nothing's gonna take down the bridge either. So you can always bridge in and out of your XMR.
Okay, but we are still relying on some party to provide the liquidity for unwrapping, right?
Liquidity is provided by the people. So what you see over there is actual liquidity. So it's not like so that 40,000 worth of LP is 40,000 worth of XMR that's being bridged over using that bridge in order to provide LP. So right now, if you go buy, let's say, $5,000 worth of XMR from that pool, well, 5,000 against 40K LP, it's going to give you a nice price impact, but you'll still be able to buy it and then go to XMR wrap, unwrap it, send it to your wallet. You're out, in and out. You don't have to stay in the wrap mode. You can be in and out, mitigate risk. But for now, this is at that stage where, again, it's no different than any other project, or even some change. A lot of them, pretty much the back end is still controlled by multi-signature, right? Let's say 3 out of 5 signature controlled. Even Chainlink itself, right? There's a few people controlling the entire platform that controls billions of worth of finance, in a multi-sig. But it all comes down to whether those entities are trusted, and they will, or if they can collude. At this situation, in our situation, that's a very unlikely situation. Minimal risk. It's still it's under multi-sig. None of these people will have incentive to steal this money, being that they've made their wealth already. So a few thousand or million is not gonna even put them to even consider such a thing. And even if one considers, again, the other 2 will not oblige, so it's not gonna work. But this is the initial steps. However, in the future, we will try to also offload the hot wallet in a more decentralized DAO controlled fashion. So it will not even be, to mitigate that human factor risk as well. Yeah.
Macbeth tip 20 cents. Does the rate that you start the staking at stay the same until you unstake it? Or does the rate change live? Example, 30% now until you unstake, or 30% today, but tomorrow 10% and 25% without unstaking?
The way the DEXs work, the APRs are at every block, it recalculates the APR based on the amount of liquidity. So if it increases, the next block, it's going to recalculate and it's going to reduce the APR. If you remove the LP, it's going to recalculate and increase the APR. So the more people join, the more it reduces. But we do have the ability to, increase the multiplier on the back end. So if it drops too quick, we can always increase the multiplier to give to keep the APR juicy. Matter of fact, our plan is to keep this APR juicy at least till Monerotopia or end of the year. But if traction picks up, volume picks up, then the APR would also automatically increase on its own.
So just to be clear, this number right here on the Wrap XMR page, available XMR for Unwrap, this is Monero that has essentially been deposited into a multi-sig wallet that people have deposited to get Wrapped XMR minted on BSC, right?
Exactly. Matter of fact, that's one of the suggestions I sent to the dev. I told them to remove that because that's going to confuse users thinking that's their balance. But yeah, that should be somewhere on the top showing total amount that has been wrapped over onto BSC. Yeah.
Did we answer Shortwave's question? Shortwave tip 25 cents. How can I take like USDC loan with wrapped XMR on something like I don't know. Can you guys make sense of that question?
Well, I mean, you can't there's lending platforms like VXS on Venus Finance, I think it's called, on Binance Chain, but you can only lend and borrow against tokens they support. So they don't support XMR, wrapped XMR yet. But if you want, you can, I don't know, if you can take your XMR, sell it for, I wouldn't do that, but sell it for something they support and then lend it, take the earnings by XMR. I don't know. But yeah, it's up to them. Maybe down the line, we will also deploy, who knows, a lending borrowing platform. We like building things anyway. So, but yeah, maybe down the line, but I don't think there's anything. Well, I'm sure there isn't anything that supports this version of wrap XMR yet. But if it becomes, becomes popular, gains volume, liquidity, yeah, definitely there'll be platforms that would want to support and leech off that volume and liquidity.
All right.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Go for it. Yeah.
How does the discrepancy between the stake liquidity and the available XMR to unwrap on this wallet work out? Because I can see people depositing Monero to get wrapped XMR, and then they stake it on the WXMR farm and they earn money. There's going to be more air quote available wrapped XMR value.
Yeah, so definitely there needs to be Forrest. Let's plan to have another session just to go over the basics on some DEX functionalities. I think, I get this a lot. So I think people need to learn the basics of how standard DEX like Uniswap forks work, because they're all pretty much just work the same way. And we are also a Uniswap fork, so is PancakeSwap, so is, anyways. So when you provide liquidity, you're providing both sides, right? You're providing, let's say you're providing BNB and XMR liquidity. So the value of both in USD has to be the same. So you have to provide, let's say you're doing $1,000 worth of liquidity you want to provide and earn. So you have to provide $1,000 worth of XMR and $1,000 worth of BNB. So, you know, you create this 50-50 pair that becomes the 100% of your liquidity. So now you provided liquidity. So what happens is, this is where your numbers could change soon as you create that liquidity pool. So now you provided 50-50 pair. Well, what happens, let's say if somebody buys 25% of the liquidity pool, right? That means you're gonna buys 25% XMR from that liquidity pool. Well, you're gonna have 25% less XMR, but 25% more BNB, right? Because that was the offset, that was the trade. So at that point, if you remove your LP, you're gonna have 25% less XMR, but 25% more BNB. So technically value is still the same. I mean, you can go sell your BNB and, you know, buy that XMR to make up for it, whatever you want to do, but that's how the system works. So, but and this is how you pretty much, I mean, the value technique, there's things called incremental loss. You can look into that as well. That's the loss people see. It's not really loss, but it's more like missing out, right? Let's say if you didn't provide the liquidity pair, right? Your XMR was sitting by itself and your BNB was sitting by itself. If XMR price doubles, right, 100%, it goes up, what's today, 150, it goes up to 300, right? Well, if you were sitting on the sideline, your XMR is going to go up to 300. But if XMR goes to 300 at a time you were providing LP, well, your LP's value is going to go up because XMR value went up, but it went up slowly as people were buying it. So when you remove it, you're not going to get the exact amount of XMR that equals to the value you would have had if you would have just kept your XMR. It's too long of a subject to cover right now, but definitely these are the basics. Technically, you don't lose out. I mean, again, you just get the other side of the pair, and if you go buy your XMR back, you still have your original XMR plus the rewards you earned from the platform. It's just that this is the quote-unquote risk of providing LP, is that you're a market maker, right? It's no difference than going on a centralized exchange that provides rewards for market makers, right? So what you have to do to earn this reward as a market maker, you have to provide liquidity on both sides, on the sell side and the buy side. Well, if that coin does good or bad, one side is going to get eaten up, right? So the market maker is left with more on this side and a little bit less on this side. Same thing on the DEX. Same exact thing. You're being given rewards for being a market maker. So liquidity providers are nothing more but a market makers. It's just that automated market maker. Hence the term AMM. Yes.
I see. Okay, that makes.
If I may hop in real quick, Tuxedo. I think Kush was explaining really the mechanics on how DEX works, but what I'm understanding from your question is your concern of this inflation rate is printing wrapped Monero, and then if people have more wrapped Monero than that's gone in, how are they going to take it out, right? Well, just to give you an idea, with the wrapped BNB and wrapped Monero farm, the token that is rewarded is actually Squad. So it's the native token of our DEX.
Okay, that answered my question directly.
And then in the pool, right, where you stake Squad and earn wrapped Monero, yes, that does have an inflation rate. But what we're doing is we're actually bridging Monero, and then we're taking that wrapped Monero and using that as the token in the reward pool and distributing that. So it's not like they're printing wrapped Monero on one side and only 100 Monero tokens have gone into Binance Smart Chain, but now there's 110 wrapped Monero tokens on Binance Smart Chain. If everyone tries to exit, it wouldn't be possible because there isn't enough in the bridge, right? But no, we've made sure to cover our bases with that.
Right. Yeah, Monero always stays 1-to-1. Again, if it's minted, it's created. When it's exited, it's destroyed. And yeah, I guess you're right. By the time I got to the point, I forgot the point, Forrest. Thanks for bringing me back. But yeah, the reward you get is squad token. So we're not really inflating. We're not inflating at all XMR. You're earning squad token is part of the DEX's reward mechanism. So yeah, by providing XMR and BNB liquidity. And being a market maker, you earn rewards, so current rewards are at 30% rate. So enjoy them
I
while
just
you
want to
last.
let Michael get his follow-up question here, and you guys may have kind of indirectly answered. Will the APR payments be 30% of the Monero or 30% of the dollar value of the Monero/crypto?
It's the dollar value of XMR of your liquidity pool you provided, but that dollar value reward is in squad token. So
yeah, you
so
put
if you're
$100 of LP, you'll get $30 back by the end of the year, but you're getting it in a token that's squad, which obviously the price fluctuates. So hopefully by the end of the year, that $30 will actually be worth $300,000.
So at some point during the year, you accrue.
Yeah, I mean, maybe next week. Who knows? Anything's possible, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, if you want to see that exact yield earning, then you have to after every block you have to. Well, that wouldn't make sense because your fees are gonna outscore that. But yeah, if you withdraw, let's say once a day, sell your squad for USD, that's exactly what your APR is going to be. But if you don't sell your squad, maybe you think it has more potential, and then you sell it a year down the line when the price is up, then yeah, you're gonna see more appreciation. But also there's a risk the price will go down. So let's not beat around the bush. But yeah,
you can take that accrued interest in squad and swap it with like USD.
Actually, let's make it more. Let's make it more fun. What you can do is provide XMR BNB liquidity, earn squad token, take that squad token into our staking pool, and earn XMR token by staking your squad token. So staking is not providing LP. There's no risk in staking. You just put this. It just locks your token and then provides rewards, in return. So yeah, provide LP for XMR. By doing so, you're earning rewards. You're helping the ecosystem. You're helping the XMR liquidity pools grow. And in return, you earn squad token, and you can compound your earning by taking that squad token and staking with it and earning more XMR. And then take that XMR, create more LP, add it to the LP to compound. All right, I'm gonna stop. But that's the fun of DeFi, we're all here to just cycle coins around and earn more of them, right? Till people come out with real use case for this thing called crypto.
Yeah, I'm personally, I'm not really in the Ethereum space, so all this is kind of new to me. So sorry if I had some very noobish questions, and also just being able to make money, immediately raises red flags.
I mean, honestly, Binance Chain is a great place to start because the fees are so low. And this is how I got on Binance Chain personally. I mean, I could afford the fees, and stuff. But when I first wanted to learn about this, when Uniswap first came around, there was a lot of forks, but it cost arm and a leg just to, provide LP and this on Ethereum. So I'm like, okay, I got to learn this, but I don't want this to cost me thousands. So I tried Binance Chain, and each transaction is less than 5 cents. So, for me was, at that point, it took less than a week to grasp the concept of this, yield farming and
pretty similar to Ethereum, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's pretty much identical. There's some difference in the consensus because it's a it was a proof of stake first. They were doing the first proof of stake. It actually was multi-layered. They were using Cosmos a chain or a fork of Cosmos chain as their consensus, and then well, I don't want to dive into it, but yeah, it's pretty much exact fork of Ethereum. If a certain contract runs on that, it's going to run on Binance chain. So if you want to learn, yeah, if it works here, it's going to work there. So if you want to learn, it's best to learn on on this chain because it has the highest it's not just cheaper, but it really has the highest volume, highest transactions. So one of highest liquidity. So you're not going to be testing in a desert, right? There's going to be action while you're testing. But honestly, community is great, especially ours, of course. But join, we're more than happy to help, hold hands, show you guys how things are done. And again, it's really, once the concept clicks in your mind, it's very simple. It just takes that moment and, just little poking around, and in less than a week, you'll be a DeFi pro, bro. Trust me.
So in regards to that, last and final question for me, sorry, I'm asking.
No, this is good. This is good, Tux. I think a lot of people in Monero land, like I was saying before, really haven't really delved into the whole DeFi world.
No, I mean, I haven't been in the DeFi stuff that much. I've been kind of primarily Monero, just like most people, like you said. If somebody wants to try this out, what wallet do you recommend for somebody to use for BSC?
Well, again, go-to wallet for people is MetaMask. I would stay away from that. That's a government surveillance system, spy agency, and they actually can.
Oh, really?
They have access to your private keys. It's in their EOLA. If you read their agreement, it says it. They can have access to your private keys. So stay away from MetaMask. There's the one I personally like to use is SafePal. Though it's a Chinese company, but I really love their hardware wallet, and they have hardware and software wallet. So you don't have to have the hardware wallet, but if you have it, it makes a great complement, and it's one of the best hardware wallets I've seen with the camera, really slim. But yeah, again, you can. I don't know, Forrest, what's your favorite software wallet to use?
I mean, I would say Cake Wallet, but we only support Ethereum and Polygon. We don't support BSC, so
you guys
maybe that's a future edition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if you guys aggregate through other swapping platforms, trading platforms. If you click in, hook into Binance chain, you probably have access to our liquidity as well, to aggregate through, or we can aggregate through you guys, either way. But yeah, the Cake wallet, it wouldn't work right now. But I use SafePal. It's simple. Just they have a browser extension. You can use that one. Just generate an address. Make sure you put a proper long password on your wallet. Just simply connect, and that's it. You're set to go. I mean, you can start interacting with the site. I guess first thing we'll do is go to the Brics site. Just send over, I don't know, 0.1 XMR if you want. Bridge it over, see how, see it work. And if once the bridge goes through, maybe you want to send one whole XMR, and then start with that, add a LP, start earning rewards, take your reward, put in a staking pool, see how the flow goes, and understand the mechanics. And then you can, unwrap, see how unwrapping goes, how, quickly you receive it. And if it works smooth, then you can, you want to go in with the bigger amounts, go ahead. But I would say at least till Monerotopia, just test with small amounts, because we're also still testing. But afterwards, I would say, we'll remove the beta tag, and it'll be much more tested and rigged and ready to go. So at that point, you're more than welcome to bridge any amount you want. But right now, I would say more of a testing.
Yeah, interesting.
All right, guys. This was great. Fantastic. Thank you guys again for the sponsorship, for the privacy tech sponsorship for Monerotopia. Greatly appreciate it. Very excited to be hanging out with you. Are you guys both coming down, or is it just going to be Kushed? Is Forrest coming as well? Or
Yeah, fortunately, we
Yeah,
were,
we're both be there.
more of our team was gonna come. Two of them bailed out last minute. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna blame their wives, but well, actually, one of them is single. But yeah, Forrest and I will be joining you guys. We'll bring some goodies with us as well.
Sweet.
Yeah, we got some nice handouts, probably like Monero keychains and stuff to give out. But yeah, we'll bring some goodies with us as well.
David is saying he's going to try after lunch. All right, so we got people looking to give it a shot.
Excellent. Yeah, and don't forget to
figure
work
out how to get my XMR off Konami wallet. Okay.
Withdraw into Cake Wallet, sir.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Yeah, and actually that's what I use, Cake Wallet. I send it from Cake Wallet to XMR wrap, go from there and works smooth. So there's a little bug with the
Yeah, I
XMR.
also downloaded Cake Wallet as well.
With the Cake Wallet, I need to submit a bug report on that one. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. If I go to Coin Control, and specify a specific UXTO, right? And then to send out specific amount from that selected UXTO. Then when I press send, it pretty much doesn't give me error, but just the app closes. But if I just select that UXTO, but I don't change the amount, so I leave the whole thing, it works. So I know probably many users don't go down to that level when using the wallet. But
yeah, definitely not for Monero. Yeah, if you could DM me, send me the details of that, and I'll look into that, see if that's something that can be fixed.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll just capture the video of how exactly it behaves, and I'll send that one over.
Awesome, thank you.
No problem.
And you were saying it was called SafePal. Somebody's asking the name of that wallet. SafePal for BSC?
Yeah, SafePal. SAFEPAL. SafePal.
Okay. And then XMR Cash is asking, how about adding Pirate Chain to SquadSwap? You got a Pirate Chain fan that wants to add Pirate to Squad. I don't know. Is that on your
Pirate adding chain to SquadSwap, adding their token coin, or supporting their chain?
It's a standalone blockchain. It's called
Pirate
Swap.
Yeah.
No, I know Pirate Chain. I've heard of it. I think I know a few guys from the community, but yeah, I know there's their own chain. Are there EVM chain? If they're EVM chain, yeah, no. Forget. But yeah, we're more than willing to down the line add more layer 1 coins to this bridge that community demands. But right now we're sticking with XMR for now.
All right, fellas. Yeah. Any last words before we move on? We still got a big show ahead. We still got price report, viewers on stage. You guys are welcome to stay along, obviously, for the entire show. But yeah, if you want any last words when you have the stage right now. Now's the time.
I was just gonna say, follow us on Twitter and join the community on Telegram. So if you have any questions, we could be there to help. And no, we're looking forward to seeing you guys and meeting everyone in Mexico City in a couple of weeks, basically, right? So it should be a great time.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Can't wait for those tacos, man.
Plenty of tacos, brother.
Excited to see you guys down there.
All right, catch you guys later. Yeah, and don't forget to stop at our booth for some goodies. And yeah, well, thanks for having us, guys.
Yes, fantastic. Yeah, you're welcome to stop in on the show anytime, and very much looking forward to hanging out with you guys down in Mexico City at Monerotopia. And
awesome.
Thanks for the sponsorship and for being open and providing the community information. That everybody definitely appreciates that, and I think, like we said, there's not a lot of DeFi users in the Monero sphere, so this is a good bridge into DeFi for those that are into Monero. So appreciate that.
Right on.
All right.
Cheers. Thanks,
Moving
guys.
on.
See ya.
Yep. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. We will move on. We will do price report. Let's get Bawdy up here.
All right. Bawdy's probably
viewers on stage.
waiting. Let's get
I know,
to the
but
price
Bawdy's
report.
regretting now that he didn't go first, I think.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Hello, Bawdy. What's up, Bawdy?
How's it going?
It's good, man. Just enjoying the show. Interesting
Sweet.
guest, interesting platform.
Yeah, man. Do you do the DeFi stuff at all? Is that do you dabble with that? You definitely right?
I dabble, but it's more like it's normie dabbling. You know, I'm just like occasionally trying to buy stuff that I think will go up in value, but I don't really do like the meme coins. I'm not hardcore into the DeFi stuff. It's mostly that I just use it, like the big headline items, you know, like the stable coins
for swapping.
But
yeah,
are you
exactly.
are you staking and like you're trying to earn APR on your?
I've always, I mean,
wrapped
at the
Monero?
risk of, you know, I don't want to be too negative Nancy, you know, considering we just had the guest, but my personal strategy has never been to do all the staking stuff. I feel like it comes with significant amounts of risk, and crypto goes up by such massive amounts. I mean, you know, like my strategy is, hey, find the moments in time that you're going to make a 2x, you know, 5x, and try and make big sums of money at the right moments in time, and then sort of just like tread water, bide your time. So I always felt like, why am I going to be staking with high risk for 10% yield or 20% yield when I buy something that's probably going to go up like 2, 3, 5x?
Yeah, like especially for Monero right now where it's at, I feel like you're better off within a year just holding that Monero and Monero. Now I'll probably try it with some amount of money just to try it, see how that works. I've never done it before. I'm, you know, like Doug was saying, I'm a Monero person. I'm not in the DeFi/Web3 space, so all this is pretty new to me. Interesting to see Monero offerings on there, so might just check it out. Maybe put some money in there, just see how it works.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask them why they chose BNB as their platform. Like all the
mind if I bring him up again real quick just to give him hopefully
Sure,
it
yeah.
doesn't turn into too long of a convo. Hold up.
No, just a couple questions maybe.
Oh yeah, Kush, if you're still there, Bawdy could ask you a few questions as well.
Sure, still here.
Yeah, so I was wondering what was the selection criteria that y'all chose BNB? Was it like y'all started a long time ago developing and so you just kind of kept doing that? Or was there like other specific reasons?
I think it was more of a chain of events. What happened was, like I mentioned earlier, when I wanted to dabble in DeFi, got into Binance, right? Tried to Binance Chain. Well, through Binance Chain, I bumped into a Pancake Swap, you know, a platform. Made a killing off it, but but way early. I was actually at one point I think I was holding 3% of their supply. But yeah, I did well, and I was all into their ecosystem. They had a huge community. So Binance again was Binance Chain was blowing up, and it's top 2, 3. Well, it was after ETH, it was the second most used, and in some scenarios, it was even in statistics higher than Ethereum chain. Till Solana meme coin, Diggins came along. But yeah, Binance Chain is still the second, third highest used, highest volume, highest TVL, most transactions per second, highest users. But anyways, I came, to Pancake Swap, and I bought into their NFT. With the NFT, I came across this the community in the Telegram channel, joined. I mean, again, I've been in this space for over a decade, and it was unlike any, and I've been part of many communities, but this was unlike any other. And I've been with this same community ever since. You know, it's been 2-3 years probably, and we grew together, created culture, history, and then slowly things trust started to fall off. You know, with Pancake Swap team, we felt like, you know, they deserted us as a community, as a collection. We just took action, you know, and unfortunately we had the people, resource, and everything necessary to pretty much create a competing product that delivers utilities to a Pancake Squad NFT collection now. So that's kind of part of the DEX is part of the it offers utilities and discounts, and even our other projects. We've built other stuff like marketplaces, but that's why we chose
think I got it.
BNB chain, and we just
you started
yeah.
a long time ago, and you were in. I mean, Binance was the thing to be in, and so you went with Binance because that was the thing. It still has liquidity, and so that's just where inertia has left you guys, and it's still apparently a good choice in your mind.
Right. Even though we bridged out over to other chains, still BNB remains the focal point for us. Yeah.
The other thing that I'd like to know is what kind of protection mechanisms do you have in place that an outside observer, a third-party observer that wants to use this wrapped service, how can they validate that the XMR that's in the wallet, in the multi-sig wallet, actually has the Monero that is represented by the wrapped Monero Binance chain? Like, what are those mechanisms that y'all have?
We don't. Quick answer, but I mean, if it was Bitcoin, it would be easier. I could just point to a blockchain address, right? And then you can look at the balance, transactions, and all this stuff. With XMR, it doesn't quite work that way.
Do y'all share view keys? Like, do y'all publish the view keys of the wallet?
Of course, we can do that. Yes.
You can, or you have?
We haven't, but we can. This platform, the bridge was. It's been in planning and creation for months, but it was just put up for less than a week. Matter of fact, we tried to get it up and ready before the show, so we had actually a few days of testing before the show as well. But yeah, it's new, and please, yeah, any advice like that would help bring more trust, whether it's sharing the view keys, or again, I'm even willing to. If the XMR community can nominate multi-key signatorial, you know, we can take on somebody else from the community that the community trusts that can be a multi-sig key holder, you know, to mitigate that risk even further. I'm all open for any suggestions like that. But
so I'm sure you're aware of the whole, you know, the fractional reserve practices that Binance as an exchange had engaged in against Monero. Yeah, I think publishing the view keys is an essential thing that you guys have to do to gain the trust of the Monero community here, because, you know, just the fact that, you know, Binance Smart Chain was an integrated and still is an integral part of the Binance exchange, you know, we're very, very suspicious of everything Binance related because of the price attacks they did against us. So, like, I feel like you really have to publish those view keys at a minimum.
Noted. We'll definitely add that on a to-do list, but also would like to add that even though Binance chain was created, it is a Binance creation, yeah, you could say. CZ himself, you know, optically tried to distance himself from direct Binance to Binance chain connection, and I think that's kind of being kept that way. And honestly, I don't think Binance team would have any say over the chain anyways. They do probably finance some development, but I think if they try to go rogue on the chain, the node operators won't have it. And yeah, I think to a certain extent, no, Binance chain is separate from Binance.
Who are the node operators? It was my impression that the actual node operators, for the most part, aren't published. Or we should call them validators,
no,
right?
Of course they are published. Node operators, they don't need to be published. The thing is, node operators have to put certain down as certain amount.
Yeah, it's a proof of stake. It's a DPoS system and a proof of authority system.
Exactly, right.
But
So they have to be
in a lot of cases, the validators, they might be staked, but they're not necessarily published. Like, we don't know exactly who they are. in a lot of cases, I think the
Yeah,
suspicion is
usually what
that
happens is
Binance
there's 21.
themselves.
Yeah, there's 21 delegators. So these delegators get voted on. So these delegators themselves don't hold the actual weight. They are required to put a minimum down to become a validator, but the majority, 99% of their weight is from voters. So voters delegate their weight to the delegators, and those delegators, if they have enough weight, then they move up the ladder, and if they move up to all the way to the 21st place or even higher, then they become validating transactions. So there's a lot of validators that are sitting on the sidelines because they don't have enough weight to become a delegator. But the ones who build trust and the community votes for those delegates, and most delegates are actually platform operators like I think Anchor, Venus, and few other. So major actually industry players become the validators, and they wouldn't want to go rogue on the chain because that would pretty much wipe them out. So I think there would be certain level of disdain or not following Binance's commands if the node operators feel like this is gonna harm the network.
Yeah, that's a common
There's
security mechanism for sure
yeah,
that
there's
pretty much most chains
definitely
have,
financial,
especially
yeah.
like that
Sorry,
definitely
go
like
ahead.
so a lot of chains definitely have a similar security even Bitcoin itself, right? Like the mining ecosystem is fairly centralized, but it's the same case. Like, well, why would they attack their own chain, right? That harms their own financial interests. So there's a type of game theory there. It might not be the exact game theory that was the intention behind a lot of the proof of work, proof of stake constructions. Nevertheless, it seems to function. It has been functioning for a long time. So hey, there's guys, I don't know if I missed these I don't know if we missed these super chats or if I'm just like behind the curve here, but I think we have 2 of them. Unless y'all already covered them, then y'all, let me know. Tux.
I think we did.
Okay.
Because I don't see any
I just
new
wanted to
ones.
make sure that that we didn't miss them. I must have missed that. Well, okay, I think that's let me see here. Check any other notes. No, I think that's all I wanted to ask. Kushed, I appreciate you coming back on, man, to entertain my questions.
Sure, no worries, anytime. See you guys.
Thanks,
Later.
man.
All right, so yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and kick off the price report here. We're looking here at the Monero chart. So not too much has changed. We
don't see any charts, sir.
Oh, of course you don't. I didn't share my charts. Present. Let's see, share screen. All right, I should be rolling.
Awesome, there we go.
All right, we got the infinite glitch going
Imagine
on.
I just let you do the whole price report without showing the charts.
We've there was like one time we kind of did that. I was like rambling on for like 5 minutes. You're like, bro, we can't see your charts. So yes, I appreciate you letting me know. Otherwise, it would have been more boring than usual. Okay, so we're looking here at the Monero price chart. Obviously, these are the daily candles. Since we talked last week, we had a little bit of a pump, a little bit of a dump, and then a little bit of a comeback. So we're basically flat overall, maybe just average, so slightly higher than we were last Saturday. Yeah, still trying to, I'm still looking to win our unofficial bet here, which had no money behind it, but I'm still right here in candidate first place to win that one. Although I hope Doug is the winner. He deserves it more than anyone. Let's go down to the 4 hour, take a look at what's happening a little bit more fine-tuned. Yeah, not a whole lot here, right? This is just steady, up, steady, slight moves towards the upside. And I think that's mostly what Bitcoin has been doing, although Bitcoin is looking a lot more optimistic. We'll talk about that in a second. As far as XMR versus BTC price, yeah, it seems to be stabilizing right here. I get the feeling, it's just the intuition, but I definitely get the feeling that this thing is stabilizing, ready to make another move, whether that's towards the upside or the downside. It could take another week or so of sideways chop, but I really kind of get that feeling that it's like it's like it wants to go to the upside. It's like, I get that feeling like there's some entities out there that would prefer that it didn't do that, but I feel like the support is strong for Monero. I feel like the buying is strong for Monero, and there's just not much downside to be had in terms of the US dollar price. So obviously, the Bitcoin versus Monero chart is a lot of that is going to depend on where Bitcoin goes, because I think Monero does have this sort of continuous upward price pressure, right? We the only place left that they can start delisting Monero is in the United States, and they're going to have to attack individual states, right? They're going to have to get the most communist of governments that they can to try and convince Kraken that they need to remove Monero from their particular state. I think we're going to see, just like with the United States of Europe, they were delisting countries one by one, and then they delisted the EU totally. If they were going to try and do that in the United States, that's how you would see it happen. That's how you'd see it unfold. I think that Kraken, I think there's a reasonably good chance that there would actually be a court battle over that if there was an attempt to force Monero off of Kraken at the national level. But do you really want to count on that? No. You just want to get onto the available dexes that are popping up, and you want to get comfortable with that so that you can help your friends later on. So let's see. Nothing else too exciting with the Monero price. I guess we could look at the divergences. Poloniex, schizophrenic as usual, oscillating more than everyone else to the tune of about plus minus 1%. Everyone else oscillating around the 0 point with very little divergence there. So nothing to see here as usual. Let's take a look at the Monero transactions, which are currently, this is like our Monero transactions are even more stable than the price. We just love 25,000 and we have loved it for years, apparently. So 25,000 seems to be the daily transaction counts on average. A little bit of oscillation up, a little bit of oscillation down, but overall pretty stable. Oh, you know, before I forget, someone asked about HBAR. Someone on a XMRChat tipped and asked about HBAR. We will cover that, bro. Or brah. We will get to that soon. So right here we've got the other privacy coins. Xano's actually looking pretty nice here. Like in terms of a technical tea leaves analysis, drawing some lines on a chart. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good here. We've it's gotten, you know, towards the upside. It's now technically putting new all-time highs, sort of oscillating around that area. I would hesitate to call it confirmed, but it's very close. If we close today, and especially if we close tomorrow, which would be the weekly close, if that closes above or at least at the current levels, that's kind of a confirmation, right? You're looking at greater confirmation that that this thing is actually ready to go for another move towards the upside. Obviously, anything can happen, but I still think that overall, we're not looking at the crash yet, right? The signs, like the crash is coming. Like there's a big crisis coming. It's hard to say exactly when, but for the moment, like we're still not. Doesn't look like we're quite there. So overall, yeah, it does look like Xano wants to try and make another move towards the upside soon. So yeah, good for those that are holding Xano. Good for those that invested early. Firo or Firo, I don't know how you pronounce it. Still kind of in this local pattern, right? Still kind of in this sideways triangle, still in this constraining standard deviation bands, right? Oops, wrong one. There we go. Still kind of being constrained by that pattern there. Not an unsurprising thing. I don't see a whole lot of impetus for Firo to go one direction or the other at this exact moment. Probably this thing will break to the upside at some point once the next liquidity expansion begins, and you know Bitcoin has proven new all-time highs, and everyone is jumping for joy. Pirate Chain. I actually looked at the Pirate Chain volume on Trade Ogre recently, this morning actually, and it's low, guys. Like it's small. It's really not. Like if you wanted to try and take advantage of these oscillations on Trade Ogre, you would have a hard time doing so. There's just not much volume for that to happen, which is probably why this pattern exists in the first place, right? There's just not much volume, so the thing oscillates up and down a lot as people are buying it on various exchanges. Like small amounts actually move the price. So yeah, you know, I mean it's interesting because with such low liquidity, it could definitely be the case that a little bit of buying causes this thing to move towards the upside significantly. So you know, it's one to keep your eye on. Could potentially make massive gains very quickly. You just don't know when that might actually happen. The last massive gains that we saw was 3.5x, which is, I mean, it's pretty good. The question is, can you actually exit at those levels? Probably, unless you're dealing with, like 6 or 7 figures of a position. Darrow, okay, I guess, we still cover Darrow because it's a privacy coin, quote unquote. Maybe they fixed their chain, I don't know. From the bottom, they're up 50%. Yeah, nothing remarkable there. Zcash, kind of flat since the last time we talked. Okay, enough on the privacy coin markets. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, we've talked about this. We said, hey, if we want to get bullish on Bitcoin and we want to think that some kind of pump is going to happen sooner rather than later, we really want Bitcoin occupying this space up here. So the beginning of what looks like a potentially bullish scenario for Bitcoin is unfolding. But man, you know, these markets, especially with a market as headliner as Bitcoin, they really get jacked around a lot. They really get moved around a lot in ways that are designed to take people's money, right? This is true of all markets in general. Like markets, in a lot of ways, especially with the big players behind it, they manipulate prices to the extent that they can in a way that's designed to take money of unsophisticated actors. So yeah, I mean, you've got the hopium here. I really couldn't tell you for sure that whether this thing's going towards the upside or not. Given the fact that in my mind I see this crisis approaching, right, and we'll look at some of the macro indicators to get a feel for that. But with this crisis approaching, I think to myself, like, Bitcoin has to go down with the rest of the market. Like, when the crisis hits, Bitcoin will go down with the rest of the market, which means that, like, you could even hypothetically get a breaking here and then get the hopium back on, right? And people are like, hey, we broke new all-time highs. It's time to go. This is what's happened every time before. And then the crisis hits, right? And then you could see a drop back to 50,000. You could see a drop back to the regression analysis line, which I think is like 30,000 at the moment. So yeah, like I am always suspicious of Bitcoin and the way the price movements happen, because it's over and over and over again. I feel like a pattern develops, it has a sentiment towards it, and then the move goes the opposite direction, or it oscillates down and then up, down, and then finally makes, like, maybe the up direction is the direction it goes. Like, it just, you know, or it just pumps out of nowhere with, like, on a calm news day with nothing, that, like, no good reasons, and it just starts pumping 5, 10, 20%. So anyways, I just, you know, it's kind of like my rant, if you will, on why I'm always suspicious of using the technical analysis too strongly on Bitcoin. But sometimes the stars align and you get sort of the news events are aligned with the technical events that are aligned with the macro liquidity situation, you know. So sometimes, like, things line up well, and that gives you a sort of good reasons for making a good decision. Right now, in terms of Bitcoin, I don't have, other than this technical analysis, and to be like, yeah, that's, you know, that's a zone that you want to occupy, and then see a little bit of putting above to start to feel bullish on that. You know, that's, I can only say that on the basis of the technical analysis, and I don't feel like at the moment there's enough surrounding stuff to really, like, augment that analysis, or augment these fucking lines, tea leaves on the chart, right? So yeah, hopefully that sort of gives you a feel there for, like, okay, technically, yeah, this is a slightly bullish kind of development here in the price, but I'm not confident that it's necessarily time for Bitcoin to go up. Okay. Anyways, but as far as the Bitcoin dominance, yeah, it actually has broken out of a local line. So maybe we could even try and extend this line that we drew previously. Hey, look, that almost matches up. Yeah. So okay, we've just we quote unquote we've just kind of broken this local resistance line, and now we're at a little bit more of a broad resistance line that developed since basically the end of 2023. Okay, whatever. Bitcoin dominance, you know, we know that thing is probably going to need to go up at some point to be convinced that the bull market is back on. But ultimately, it's more so about setting clear new all-time highs on the Bitcoin chart, and not on the daily, not eking out a tiny little new all-time, but like a clear, convincing break on the monthly, and then holding above on the next monthly candle, right? 2 monthly candles, at least 2 monthly candles above the previous all-time high, which we haven't gotten yet, right? Like, kind of, sort of, but no, not really. Like, not at this wick. We've had some monthly closes above previous monthly closes. But yeah, I mean, still just kind of like, it's just, I just find it hard. It's like, okay, we're bullish, Bitcoin's going up, it's amazing, and then it's just sitting here waffling, vacillating near the all-time highs, but not doing anything. It's like, that feels like the kind of action that you would get when you have bags being unloaded onto plebs. So it's like, where is that big bull market impetus? I just haven't seen it yet. I'm not saying it's not coming. Probably just requires the next liquidity expansion for it to happen, right? So in a lot of ways, we should welcome the crisis, because if you want your bags to go up, if you want the next 2x, you know, if you want 200K, which is probably a reasonable target for the next bull market, you know, we kind of need that financial impetus. So welcome the inflation, boys and girls, or you're not going to get your bags pumping for the most part in crypto. Yeah, I know. I'm aghast at myself even hearing me say that, but hey, That's just how the game is played. And I'm just here to tell you how the game is played as far as I can see it. Okay, apparently Dogecoin has been playing the game well. It pumped a lot. According to the Z-scores, it was one of the best performing coins here the last week. All right, good for the Doge fanboys out there, I guess. Salute to you guys, I guess. We don't need to look at Bitcoin versus the NASDAQ. There's no reason to look at that. One thing, maybe we'll take a little break here. We'll actually pivot here into the macro stuff. Oh, you know what? Forget. Let's talk HBAR because I will forget to talk about it now. HBAR. So this is Hedera hash graph. They are a DAG. Do you like DAGs? It is a directed acyclic graph, which is effectively a scenario in which new people doing new transactions validate the immediate transactions which came behind them. So if I want to do a transaction on the chain, I'm going to have to validate if transactions that were just made on the chain. And then someone ahead of me is going to validate my transactions. It's an interesting way of doing scalability, supposedly. That's also how AVAX operates. There's a question over, there have been previous DAG chains, IOTA being I think the test case, the original one. But they were trying to do weird stuff with like ternary processors. So like right now we use binary processors. Either it's a 0 or it's a 1. Trying to like stake their bags on something with ternary processors. And then they had to they had a major exploit that they found, but they had to like steal everyone's money to prevent a black hat from doing it and then give everyone their money back. So, I mean, I'm probably getting that slightly wrong, but anyways, so Hedera hash graph is a directed acyclic graph network. And this is what their chain looks like at the moment. Looks like their price launched right around the end of 2019. They had a pretty nice bounce. You would call that about a 20x, 17, 18x to the top. And then currently it looks like they have just been effectively bottoming, right? This looks like a coin that is languishing sideways bottoming, but there was some level of hype and some level of like overall, it's a new coin, right? It's a cool coin, whatever. It did go up a lot in value. I don't know what their market cap is, but yeah, I mean, they did have visibility, right? Like they weren't a completely obscure nothing coin. They had some visibility, and there was it was a much heralded launch, I believe. And so the point is that this might not be a bad punt, right? This might not be a bad place to put a 0.5% or 1% of your net worth and say, hey, there's a reasonable possibility in the next bull market this thing goes up 10x, right? You could make a 10x on that. You put 1% of your net worth and you get a 10x. Hey, that's 10% now of your net worth. So that wouldn't be unreasonable. If we get some kind of crisis event, probably these guys are going to crash, and I would be looking to pick up around these lower standard deviation areas. Hopefully you can see that it's this line right here. That's like their lifetime, the longest of their low standard deviations. And I would be looking for a crash down here and pick up down there. Again, there's going to be a lot of coins that have this kind of feel to them, right? They're not absolutely new coins launched in the last couple of years. They were launched right before the last bull market. They showed strong performance. So there's going to be some kind of visibility there. I would say, hey, Hedera hash graph, HBAR, might be a reasonable play there. Okay, that's enough about HBAR. There's no, it's not like a privacy coin or anything. So it's not even necessarily sort of related to to our privacy coin fan base here. Okay, so let's take a couple steps back here to where we started early on in the show with the news. And in a lot of ways, I actually like that the news there is first, because that gives us a decent amount of context and a part of the market that's happening, so that when we get to the price report here, you guys have a little bit of context for what's happening. So let's start with Saylor and just address some of the so it's not, he said some things that were true, right? But then he also said some stuff that was just asinine. So first of all, yes, the banks did seize people's gold, and they opened up safety deposit boxes, right? So if you had gold stored with the bank, they took that gold and gave it to the Fed boys. And they were like the newly created Fed boys, because that's when the Fed boys came about, during that era of the 1930s. So yeah, they seized people's gold. They opened up safety deposit boxes. They didn't kick in doors, but you know what they did do? They targeted dealers, and they made it so that dealers were unwilling to facilitate that part of the economy. And ultimately, they got the gold by effectively voluntary clients. And where the fuck have we heard that before, right? So yeah, Saylor, the government did conspire, collude, and use their force and violence to get people to surrender their gold and then take it otherwise when it was associated with the banks. So yeah, why would you want to have your Bitcoin in your Bitcoin banks when the government could just seize that at any time? It's retarded. Okay. enough about Saylor. Let's go to Trump with the tariffs and the gutted manufacturing. There was really just like one thing that I wanted to point out here. We don't really need to get too into the philosophy of it all. I agree with what Tuck said. You know, a claim on your labor is effectively slavery, right? Whereas at least tariffs, it's like, okay, it's still bad, but it's not nearly as bad. Now, Trump probably has to sell it, so he's going to sell it fantastically, as he always does. But the reality is that it wasn't because of the tariffs that the United States was strong in the world during that time, you know, as far as exports and everything. When the United States became the world's official reserve currency, right? When that happened, you have to open up your capital markets so that anyone can come in or out easily with low friction. And you export, right? The United States started exporting dollars, printing dollars and exporting them, which means that you can pay for the rest of the world is now in demand for dollars. They want your dollars because their central banks are now accepting central dollars as the reserve, meaning that you can hire labor and build factories and do everything else outside of the United States much more cheaply than you can do it inside the United States. So what gutted the manufacturing of the U.S.? It wasn't necessarily the income tax, although definitely that's part of it. And it wasn't the low tariffs. Okay, it wasn't the low tariffs that allowed the United States infrastructure manufacturing base to be gutted. It was the fact that it was the world's reserve fiat currency that exited a shitload of money to the rest of the world that had agreed to accept it. That is what gutted manufacturing. So let's just correct, you know, the politicians speak where he's trying to sell you this idea that tariffs are good. And in a lot of ways, I actually wonder, tariffs in combination with being the world's fiat currency, this is just the initial question, but is that going to be a disaster, right? Because that's like doing cocaine and Xanax at the same time. Like one of them is a downer that's going to put you to sleep, and another of them is supposed to like make you wake up. And that's like really, really dangerous in terms of drug habits. Like you really don't want to mix uppers and downers at the same time. And so like, you would basically say being the world's fiat currency, reserve fiat currency, is effectively like cocaine, but then tariffs are kind of like, like clonazepam or whatever these fucking, whatever these like downer make me go to sleep drugs are. I shouldn't say me because I don't take any of that shit. But anyways, yeah, so I'm not sure if like that could potentially be a disaster for the economy. I guess they kind of did the tariffs thing, 4 years ago or 8 years ago or whatever. So maybe it's not a big deal. But, just thinking out loud here, I do wonder about that. So, okay, yeah, you can see here. There's one more thing I want to make sure we separate. The International Monetary Fund publishes data by central banks. And what you can see here is that the total foreign exchange reserves held by central banks is in the neighborhood of about 12 trillion, of which United States dollars represents about 6 trillion. So that's 54% of the total, and it has been that way for years and years and years. It's like 54%. So the United States dollar is not being rejected by the world as reserve currencies. However, for trade settlement, in a lot of ways, yes, the United States dollar is slowly being moved away from. But this is a meandering process. This is not like a violent thing that just suddenly happened. But yes, you can see the slow progression of Russia and China and other BRICS nations to move away. To try to settle more of their own international funds flows and trade imbalances, to settle those in their own currencies. So yeah, that's definitely kind of a thing to keep in your mind when we talk about the dollar and its dominance in the world. Okay, there's the reserve currency aspect, and then there's the trade settlement aspect, and both are important for the dollar's preeminence. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the macro stuff. One thing that stuck out here to me this week was the reverse repos. So we showed you guys that we've got this this bullhorn pattern, this broadening structure, and in a lot of ways, these kind of oscillations are an indication of instability that hasn't quite cracked yet. Right, the instability hasn't fully reached a breaking point. And another thing in my mind, I ask myself if this wasn't a good way to try and hide the fact that they're pushing this down to try and prop the markets up for as long as they can. With the sort of surface level explanation being the election, right? The Democrats, putting on my partisan hat now, the Democrats need to keep the stock market propped up into the elections so they can give themselves the best chance of winning. And they're stealing from the reverse repos to make that happen, right? They're taking all these billions, 400 billion. Now it's only down to 200 billion to keep the stock market propped up. Okay, there's some validity to that within that narrow context. But anyways, like the oscillation here does kind of hide the fact for a period of time it makes you feel like, oh, we're still kind of, yeah, it's just oscillating, but we're still on average, at these same levels right here. But you can see pretty clearly as of this last week that no, I don't buy that bullshit anymore. This has definitely gone to the downside. I would be curious, if this thing continues to go to the downside. It wouldn't even surprise me if it breaks to the downside, goes to zero, and then some crash happens, and then starts pumping back towards the upside. People seeking safety. So I don't know. I mean, it's an eyebrow raising thing. I'm not here to tell you exactly the mechanism of how this chart will unfold. More so, just say that hey, a change has happened here than from what we have seen. Let's just say for the rest of the year, for all of 2024, like, okay, kind of slowly going down, kind of like hanging out here. And then now this big oscillation pattern has developed. That's an eyebrow raising thing. It tells you that something fundamental is going on in the background, which again is a corroboration point for this concept that I have that, hey, there's a crisis coming. It's just a question of when. So far, I've staked my claim on, on post-election pre-inauguration. But that doesn't mean it has to happen then. It could still happen in February, and we would still be like reasonably, that would still be a reasonably good call to be like, hey, the market's going to crash, and maybe it happens in February, right? Like maybe I miss my ideal sweet spot time frame, but we're still close to target if this thing happens in February or say March. Okay, anyway, so talking about U.S. oil, we've talked about this chart before. It's broken down, right? It broke down. It tried to pretend like it didn't break down, and then as of the past, say, week or so, it broke down again. Again, we're looking for corroborating factors on the thesis, right? Another corroborating factor would be to end up occupying this zone at some time frame. Whenever this thing breaks down into this zone, I'm going to be starting to get pretty concerned that we're looking at an imminent kind of crash here. So yeah, again, we're keeping this in mind. That's a corroborating signal that we would be looking at. Dollar index, I mean, it's stable effectively. Although, yeah, I mean, it's stable. It seems to have begun a little bit more oscillation. And I couldn't even say that. No. Okay, but we can look at gold. The thing that I noticed about gold is that, let's go back to the dollar index. The dollar index pumped this week. So we're on weekly candles here. The dollar index has been going up for the past 4 weeks in a row. Whereas the gold price has been stable it's been stable and also up for the last, let's take a look. The gold price has been basically going up the last 4 weeks in a row. Usually gold is inversely correlated to the dollar index, to the Dixie. If the Dixie goes up, usually gold goes down. If gold goes up, that's because Dixie's going down. So when gold is going up and Dixie is going up, that tells you that that gold is having significant strength. So at this moment, I really would probably, again, I'm targeting this area here. I'm targeting those upper prime standard deviations, which again is kind of a concept I made up. You just take the standard deviation of a moving standard deviation and add it to the current standard deviation. It's a non-arbitrary way. It's a non-multiplier way of extending the standard deviation higher. You're not multiplying by 2 or 3 or 4, which is arbitrary. It's a constant that you just make up and insert. Instead, it's a way of using the same concept of the moving standard deviation and iterating on like sort of like you take a derivative of a curve and you could take a second derivative of that curve. It's like the second, standard deviation, if you will, but I can't use that because second standard deviation means you multiply by 2. Sorry, I know that's kind of into the technical statistics there, but at any rate, gold's still strong. I would still continue to hold it. I'm not looking to sell at the moment, but maybe I will be. But we'll have to wait and see. That'll probably be post-crisis. I'll sell gold and go into something that has higher risk as the liquidity expansion begins in earnest. Okay, so NASDAQ and stocks didn't do a whole lot, kind of been chopping sideways here for a while. They gapped up on the weekly, tried to go up higher and then finished flat. NASDAQ tech stocks still have not made a new all-time high, although they're flirting with trying to get there. S&P has made all-time highs, but I don't think that was this week. Yeah, this week, I mean, just still kind of flirting at the top of that. One thing I want to do is go and show you guys something else on the S&P. As you know, I did the regression analysis for the S&P. The strongest part of this regression analysis is not the tops or the bottoms, but it's actually the blue line. It's just the overall data, which is funny because Bitcoin's the opposite. The overall midpoint regression of Bitcoin is really not our strongest regression on the Bitcoin price. It's the boundary prices that to me had the most signal there, that was like the most valid of everything. Whereas the S&P is the opposite. It's not the tops and it's not the bottoms. It's really this middle point. It's the blue line. And that makes sense in a way in terms of keeping the market stabilized to the greatest extent you can. But the thing that I really wanted to point out wasn't the regression analysis. I wanted to point out this line right here. If we just drop a line from the top of the 1929 bubble and then we go to the top of the .com bubble and we just draw a straight line there, you end up with this situation where you can see that we are now approaching that top line. Let's go down to the weekly. You can see that the S&P 500 is now approaching this extremely long-term 100-year capping line. This is very similar to the gold line, where it's like, hey, this line has been established now for decades, since 1980, and then 2011, just touching 2 points, right? We're getting towards that point on the S&P. It would concern me to see the S&P break this line. That would actually, in my mind, start kind of signaling a breaking of an actual breaking of the monetary system. We've been talking about it for 2 decades now in the freedom community. Hey, the monetary system's going to break, be careful. And it's like, okay, well, it hasn't broken yet. When, bro? When? Soon, bro, soon. But if this thing actually does break, I start to wonder about actual like hardcore inflation that is intractable, that the Fed can't solve if the S&P starts getting above this. We'll have to see. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to be the case. I do think that would actually be a very, very good stopping point for the S&P for a period of time. Which kind of odd because, if I talk about this like crisis response, liquidity expansion, that should cause the S&P to break this line. So, yeah, I'll have to think about that some. Just kind of sharing with you guys openly my thoughts on that. Okay, finally, let's go through some of the bond stuff. What's interesting about what's happening here with bonds is that the yield curve continues to uninvert. You can see this right here on the daily. So, yeah, this thing has continued to correct to uninverted. But even as for the past week or so, bonds have been going up, right? So what's happening is the long end of the curve, the 20-year, the 10-year, the 30-year bonds are actually making their way up and correcting finally to trying to get above the 3-month and the 6-month, which I find to be very interesting right now, because that means that that means that people are not going to the safety of bonds, right? The rates are going up on these bonds, despite the fact that that the stock market is flat. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that. And then finally, on the macro stuff today, I wanted to show you guys something called the yield curve. I guess it's up here, the high index US. These are credit spreads. These are colloquially known as credit spreads. And so what credit spreads are is the difference between corporate bonds and government bonds. So when the economy is very happy and everyone believes it, you end up in a situation where the difference between the government bonds, which are considered to be zero risk yield, the difference between the rate that the government offers you and the rate that the corporations offer you for bonds, that tends to be very low, because everyone believes the economy is good. So everyone thinks, hey, corporate bonds are safe. They're not completely risk free, but they're relatively risk free. So let me get into a corporate bond because they're yielding higher. But what happens when the economy starts going into crisis mode? Everyone says, "Oh shit, these corporations, they're going to collapse. So I don't want a corporate bond. You know what? If I do, you're going to have to give me like 10%, 20%, because I'm afraid you're going to go bankrupt and I'll lose all my money." So in which case, what happens here to the credit spreads is that they spike. They spike up because now the corporations have to offer a lot more yield on the bonds than the government has to offer. Because again, the government can just print the money, which corporations can't do. The point of this chart is to note that long periods of low credit spreads are typically that's what you see before crises. So, for example, here's the that whole 2020 thing. I don't remember what happened there, but something happened in 2020, and then yeah, we had the economy caught a cold, if you will, and then the credit spreads spiked, and then they spent a long period of time coming down, getting calm. Oh, and then what happened in 2022? The bear market. So credit spreads spiked again. Again, people don't want to buy your corporate bond unless you give them an attractive interest rate when the market, when the economy is doing that, because they're afraid you'll go bankrupt. You have to offer them a better rate. And then what's happened since then, right? We've had this long, slow cool off period where credit spreads come back to even. In fact, what we're looking at right here is credit spreads that are historically low. So let's go to the monthly so we can see this a little bit easier. But you can see that credit spreads are now historically low. The last time we saw credit spreads this low was right before that whole 2008 fiasco. But yeah, credit spreads have continued to go down over time. So that doesn't, again, this isn't even like a leading indicator chart. Like once this thing spikes, the economy is already in the shitter, right? You've already seen the market crash. They happen concurrently in tandem with each other. So you couldn't look at the credit spread and be like, oh my God, they're spiking, so the market's about to crash. It's like, no, the market is currently crashing along with the credit spreads spiking. But what this chart does tell you is that, hey, we're not entering that kind of profile, that kind of zone where credit spreads have closed that gap towards the government bonds. And you're looking for a moment when they might spike up back again. Now, that doesn't mean it has to happen next month. It doesn't even mean it has to happen next year necessarily, because some of these patterns go on for a couple of years before they spike up. But it just lets you know, hey, you're entering that profile where the risk is increasing. So, just thought that was interesting. Thought some of you guys that get off on the macro economy might, and who actually gets off on the macro economy other than JPOW, I don't know. But at any rate, yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Maybe a cool thing to share. Nothing else. Oh, I think we had some unemployment numbers. Yeah, we did actually have unemployment numbers. So yeah, the unemployment came down again, just ever so slightly. So I know it's kind of hard to see. We'll zoom in. Yeah, so we've had 2 months in a row now where unemployment came to the downside. This would hypothetically potentially indicate a slight danger of inflation coming back, not hugely, but we look at this chart specifically to try and time the next market crash, because when this thing starts spiking and you trigger the SOM rule, it basically means that a recession is coming and a foregone conclusion. So at the moment, 2 months in a row of sort of downtrend here. That's not out of the SOM rule. How can I rephrase that? That hasn't invalidated the SOM rule. That hasn't invalidated any previous patterns that we've seen, like in the 2008 crisis or the dot-com crisis. You've seen instances where it's like, okay, you can have little blips where it takes a cool off, where the unemployment stops spiking for a period of time. But we kind of would need to, we'd really want to see this thing, spike back up. The problem is that these numbers are delayed by about 6 weeks. So if there's a crisis coming, it could be that the unemployment is already spiking up as we speak. I mean, we won't get those numbers, or let's just say it's November, right? Let me rephrase. Let's suppose that it's December that the crisis strikes, and that unemployment in December is already, spiking, but we won't get those numbers till we won't get the December 1st unemployment number until later in January, or maybe it's February, right? But it'll be 6 weeks delayed. So anyways, all I'm saying is that, again, this is not a leading indicator chart, except for noticing what the trend is doing. And right now the trend has triggered to say, hey, the recession is coming. So again, big broad picture. What are we looking at in the macro? Why do we keep saying that there's a crisis coming? Because all of the indicators that we can look at tell us that we are now in the profile to be looking for a crisis in the not distant future, right? So typically you would say within 6 months, within 8 months, whatever. So yep. We're trying to use our other skills and our other indicators to narrow that time frame to be able to really fucking smash the opportunity there if it comes. You can do things like buy the inverse VIX. Is inverse VIX? No, you can do things like buy the VIX. So you can't buy the VIX directly, but there's things that sell that. So if you trade stocks, you can get in there, buy the VIX. You can take short positions. You can take short positions against crypto, right? Just the opportunity to protect yourself, to make a quick buck. And then to get long once the liquidity expansion begins in earnest. We'll talk about that once we get there. There's usually about a 30-day delay between when the liquidity expansion begins, the emergency measures are taken, and the market actually bottoming. So, yeah, we'll talk about that later once we get to that point, but we're not to that point yet. So with that, I think, that should be enough today on the price. Just keeping you guys oriented around the big picture, what's going on, trying to help you understand the monetary system a little bit. I'm totally for, if Trump wants to get rid of the income taxes, my contention has long been that Trump that has a higher probability of doing things that will personally benefit me. I just worry that overall, the nation will go back to sleep. All the people that are freedom people will just be like, oh, we've got our guy in office. And it's last time he wasn't your boy. Last time he didn't do it. Maybe he's woken up. It's possible. So I would like to be proven wrong on Trump. I would love to see him get into office and do some things that are more than token freedom gestures. And eliminating the income tax and the IRS, well, maybe he can't eliminate the income tax, per law, but maybe he can eliminate the IRS, or he can direct them to stop doing things, right? Or to hit the brakes, or he can appoint people that are going to effectively really, really scale back their operations. That's actually a positive thing. So I would love to be proven wrong in those regards.
Well, it's a pipe dream, but it's nice to think about. The downside, though, is that he doesn't have a second term to do things for, this is it, right? So he doesn't have certain things he needs to necessarily do to get people to vote him next time.
Yeah, he's got
There's no
that
voting for
going
next time.
So maybe we'll really see a little bit more of what Trump really wants to be, with the...
I mean, unless he loses and he tries to run again, but I don't think it's going to happen. I do think he wins, and if he doesn't actually win, I mean, I doubt it, but if he doesn't, I don't think he's going to run again.
No, I don't. I wouldn't see him running again. He's starting to get kind of old anyways.
Yep. Super chat from Tippy. Appreciate your chart, Magic Body.
Thanks, Tippy. Yeah, I guess that's all I got for you guys today.
All right. Thank you, Bawdy. Thank you, Bawdy.
Anytime, every time, weekly.
And yeah, man, we'll be seeing you soon down in Mexico. Excited for that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man.
Coming up fast.
Awesome.
Any good times.
All right. Yeah, stick around if you can, Bawdy. We'll bring up the viewers. Do viewers on stage.
Let's jump right in.
Guys, let's try to we got a different order today. So let's try to get some new people up here. Everybody's welcome to jump up on stage. We'll put the link in the chat. Actually, before we do that, like and share. We got, according to this, 196 live viewers. We'll take it. We'll go by that metric. Like and share, retweet. Let me quickly play our Monerotopia ad.
Are you interested in privacy, freedom, technology, and Monero? Come to the conference that has it all, Monerotopia 2024. Join us in our world class of cypherpunk speakers to discuss all things freedom. Engage in the Monero circular economy. Go shopping at the open-air Monero marketplace. Join a workshop. Enter a hackathon. Opt out of dystopia and into Monerotopia at Huerto Roma Verde, Mexico City, Mexico, November 14th through 17th. For only one easy payment of $89 for general admission, or get the VIP ticket for one easy payment of $249, payable in Monero, and enjoy discounted drinks at the bar and dinner with the speakers. Get your tickets now while supplies last. This deal won't last forever. Get your tickets now at Monerotopia.com. Enter promo code 1-800-MONEROTOPIA to get 10% off your order.
All right.
All right.
Let's do it. Let's bring up the viewers. Go ahead, buddy.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right,
sorry, Bawdy, that was bad timing.
No,
it happens
no,
like the delay. I'll run the banner, and then right as I click on it, I hear someone start to talk just because of this like delay. All right, bringing everyone up now. Go ahead, buddy.
That's just the dangers of being live stream and internet delay. Yeah, so the question on the workshops, I'm not a coder, but I have like some decent shell scripting skills. So like I don't know if other people hacking away at stuff, are like, how can I rephrase this? I'm doing very badly right here phrasing this. If there are hackers that actually know how to do coding, cool stuff, and like build things, need someone to do like shell scripting to integrate like hooks into the operating system or whatever, like that's something I could contribute to in a hackathon. That would be like the only thing I could do. Like,
okay.
Is that
yeah? I mean, well,
like, is that needed? People want that.
That's a good question. I could put you in touch with Devrick. He's running the Billathon. It's really going to be BTC pay server stuff. Okay. So I don't know, what skill sets he's.
Yeah, I think BTC pay server is. I think it's the .NET thing.
Yeah, it's .NET.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'm right.
Yeah.
.NET like Windows.
C#, .NET framework. So like C#. Front end is HTML, CSS, and some JavaScript. I think there's a small amount of shell scripting for the scripts that are used to set it up. So there is a little bit of that, but I don't know if that's like really
Nothing
modified at all.
significant. Yeah, that just sounds
nothing
like
significant.
maybe a 10-liner, 20-liner, which is
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly require any level of expertise there. Okay, well, that's the answer.
Yeah, well, appreciate the efforts. And like I said, we might have the Monero Pay people try to hack together a Monero ATM using an old piece of hardware that we're trying to get our hands on, like an old internet kiosk, and they're going to try to rig it up into a Monero ATM. That might happen as well, in addition to
cool.
what they're doing with BTC Pay server
ERB.
stuff. So I don't know if you have any, any interest in that realm or what you can contribute there, but that would be a fun little project that's happening as well, if that happens.
I assume that y'all are going to be trying to source cash for the ATM because probably that's going to be a one-way street, people wanting pesos for Monero. Is that?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure people are going to want Monero. Some people, I mean, the vendors are going to want pesos, right? Vendors will be accepting Monero. They're going to want pesos.
Yeah, so the vendors
will be the
maybe
Monero ATM in that case. So
maybe that works against us. Like, so if you got this ATM there where you could just convert your Monero to pesos, so the vendors are like, yeah, I'll take your Monero, and then they just immediately turn around and convert it to pesos when we kind of wanted them to hang on to it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I do think it could be quite useful, and then you have people like long term. If we did get it to the point where there was a Monero, like a nice Monero ATM running there at Puerto Roma, and you have vendors, Monero accepting vendors that are there every weekend, it could become. And I've been talking about this to Monero Pay in terms of kind of be like a peer-to-peer Monero ATM, right? So you have people providing Monero, you have people providing pesos. There's no transaction fees in between, no like bank involved. It's basically like kind of like a local Monero device, right? Is a way to think about it, or a Vino device, bringing buyers and sellers together of pesos and Monero. But I could see that being pretty cool, right? So if you have the vendors, they're looking to get out of, bring their pesos, trade their pesos into the box, or whatever, trade their Monero into the box for, or their pesos into the box for Monero. And then you could have like other people that are local, that are actually Monero people that live around there, that are looking for ways to obtain KYC free Monero, right? And so I could see there be kind of a good potentially ecosystem there between the vendors who really don't care whether or not they have Monero. They probably initially are thinking in terms of pesos, but like the hardcore Monero people that might live in Mexico City that are looking for ways to obtain Monero KYC free with pesos, and trying to get like kind of.
I'd also point that last year this wasn't really a problem because there were more people willing to buy Monero than there were like pesos at the vendor level. And then,
oh yeah, I think the demand was more for Monero, right? Like you had plenty of people stepped up that were willing to buy the Monero off the vendors, which is what I'm saying, right? So imagine if you had that on a consistent basis, right? So you have the vendors, and that alleviates the concern from the vendor standpoint in terms of accepting it. If they know that they can go to this ATM and sell their Monero.
I had told people several times already, but I had done quite a large exchange into pesos, hoping to buy a lot more Monero than I was actually able to buy from the vendors. Because I think you ate up pretty much all of the people that were willing to sell their Monero before I even got to it. But I ended up having to exchange all of those pesos back into dollars, and I ended up losing like a pile of money because I couldn't actually get any. Well, I got a little bit, but I couldn't get hardly any Monero out of the vendors at all.
Yeah, I met that one guy who kept all. Unfortunately, he ended up losing a chunk of his Monero because he lost his seed or something, and he's going to bring his old phone because I told him maybe he still has the Monero there. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but he attempted to keep it, but he's still accepting Monero to this day. So, Yeah, hopefully,
So-
you know, by the end of this one, we'll have a couple of more like vendors that are truly onboarded to the point where they're like holding on to their Monero.
I had a kind of a thought experiment for Bawdy. At least hopefully we can get somebody new to step up if they would love to. But so there a lot of people in a lay context, like maybe gut instinct, I find are lining up with Bawdy's thesis, which we know to be true, right? In aggregate, the masses tend to sniff out the reality of the economy collectively. Whereas certain people might be naive one way or the other. The aggregate tends to be pretty close to the reality. And people ask me, like, what can I do? And there's a lot of things that we've talked about on the show, like, you know, diversify what assets you have or whatever. But specifically in like a collapse event that we'd be looking at, and the options or the likely outcomes of such a collapse, like a currency collapse or you know, stock prices soaring or whatever. I'm often at a loss to tell them like a quick and easy answer for what they personally can do in order to build a war chest for, you know, you wait for the crash, you insulate yourself from the crash, and then you have a war chest for grabbing onto things that are inevitably going to pump at the end of that crash. I usually give them some of the obvious ones, like one thing that you can do right now is find ways to control your spending, right? Like a lot of people are always looking for, what can I buy with what little money I have? And the first thing I say is, well, try to turn what little money you have into what lot of money you have, right? So whatever you're wasting money on, just stop, right? But then beyond that, I might say, like, you know, build up a savings account or find a way to insulate yourself from the inflation that your savings is going through right now. But I'm wondering, do you have any other like hot tips for how a person can build that war chest ahead of a crash that isn't affected itself by the crash?
No, everything is affected by these monetary crises, these cyclical monetary crises. There's nothing that isn't touched by it. It seems to me that gold overall, like in the times leading up to a crash, gold tends to do very well, like we're seeing right now. It'll crash with the market, but not terribly so because it's relatively stable. And then it'll pump mostly with the rest of the market for the coming months after the intervention. So hypothetically, gold is your best bet to like avoid, you know, to build that war chest and have something of solid, stable value that you can then allocate, you know, once the intervention happens. Because, you know, there's always, maybe there's like a slight risk that maybe the intervention doesn't happen, or maybe they intervene, but they've done it one too many times and then the hyperinflation hits or some like major global order gets upset and then like the whole landscape just changes, right? Like those are non-zero risks. Whereas gold, in those, like in every situation, gold should still be relatively good in holding its value. So it's like, if you really think that a crisis is coming up, I think gold and saving in gold is a way to do that. You run into the problems of friction, and they've introduced this on purpose, obviously, but holding physical gold, buying physical gold, there's that there's that spread that you're always going to have with a gold bullion dealer, both on the buy side and the sell side. Like you're losing like 10%, typically 7 to 10% when you buy bullion gold that you get physically delivered. So that's kind of a problem, and like the government knows that, and so they've worked very hard to make sure that stays a problem because they want that friction. So you could hypothetically, you know, you could have a gold bullion vault. You could, you know, that you can lower those costs significantly. Some of these bullion vaults even offers no spread products, where you can, you know, they won't charge you any fees. They won't charge you any spread on the buy and sell side. You still have to pay the fees for the bullion storage. Or you could just buy GLD on the stock market if you really like, you know, because it is a low probability that the stock market's just going to go poof and evaporate, right? So like they should generally still be good for it, you know, in terms like, okay, you're holding your GLD on the stock market, and then you can allocate that to, I don't know, NVIDIA or some shit after the next, you know. But I mean, to answer your question, it's gold. Like finding a way to have that gold war chest that you can easily, with minimal friction, allocate post crash is, I think, your best bet.
The only other one that I could really come up with that is almost on par with gold was invest in your own personal skills. Because it's one of the only things that can't be taken from you and go everywhere with you. And then another side of that is like the vast majority of the people that are talking to me about this, they're either like wages or they have a business that's like, you know, it's going to be affected by the swing one way or the other. And then so in other words, it's something that you can take with you that remains valuable, is having certain skills that, you know, it's something that you would be good at too. But then another one is the social element. So like having a group of people, you know, like building your own high trust society within a low trust society. One of the reasons why like these cabals and conspiracies and stuff survive through all of history is because they have kind of an extra level of protection amongst themselves. So sort of like the old crop share model when it comes to like, how did one farmer survive when their farm got absolutely destroyed by like a flood or something? Well, he was banking on the fact that overall the people within the crop share system, enough of them were productive to keep him afloat, and then the next year he would keep them afloat when there was like a drought. So the best that I could come up with, other than like you said gold, is social and skills based development. And what's cool about that is it doesn't really cost you anything other than your time.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, it's a better investment than financial. You know, if your primary way of making money is having money because you invest money, like, I guess that's a type of a skill, certainly, but most people are going to have a very hard time being wages and then turning, you know, $5,000 into $500,000 in the course of a couple of years. Like that's kind of like lottery story. That's like, oh, I bought the right meme coin and I invested my entire net worth in it, YOLO'd, and I happened to make it. Usually people that make those kind of X's of gains don't know when to sell, and they ride it back down, hoping that they'll get back up there. And that's like the skill of being able to sell is something that for most people, including myself, you had to have experienced the pain of going all the way up and going all the way back down, and hopefully survived it with enough money to continue being, an investor. But like hypothetically, if you lose everything, you're going to have to find a way to come up with some capital to get back into that game, which means, what do you need? Like you said, you need skills. You need something that's actually useful in the real world that can make you money. So, I mean, yeah, number one is always like having some kind of skill that is in demand that you can, even if it's just like getting an advanced wagey job, right? It could be anything. You could have an engineering degree. That's great. You can go work for, a company, whatever. Or you could be a technician, an electrician, a plumber. It doesn't matter. Like anything that's hands-on real skills that are in demand, that are not going away. Like that's your best bet. That is your best thing to do, is to learn skilled labor and other things that are in high demand. I think most people here kind of have a sense of that. So.
Well, and also protecting your own physical health is another really good one. But one of the things that I struggle to communicate with people who are victims of what you just talked about, where they're like, I'm going to YOLO into a crypto or whatever. Well, the people that can successfully do that are often people who would have been smart enough to make it anyway. And a lot of people don't understand that successful people are more often than not people that would have been successful in whatever they were going to get into, whether it be, investment or, engineering or whatever, because there's underlying principles and there's underlying like skill levels that they would have taken with them into whatever they ventured into, and they would have been successful with whatever they decided to do. And so it's about putting in the work into whatever you're going to do in order to be successful. It's that work ethic that will make you successful.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. There's something to be said for that. Like, I'm sure if we put you into just dropped you into a whole bunch of different contexts, even in industries for which you have very little like personal knowledge, I'm sure that you would pretty quickly gain your footing and then be successful in that industry.
you just smash your head against the product hard enough, or smash your head against the problem hard enough until eventually like the answer comes to you, right? Like that's just the only way to do it sometimes.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up? No, I just wanted to say hello, and I didn't understand much about I don't know about liquidity pools, but I don't want to make noobish questions. So,
Hey, Slave Blocker, we can hear you, but you're just a tad quiet. Can you make it just a little louder? Would be great.
Yeah, liquidity pools are interesting. They're a necessary function. It's not without risk.
Shortwave, is your mic working? Because whenever you unmute, we can't hear you. You know, one of the things about liquidity pools, it's bizarre how these things come together the way that they do. But I think for like 2 out of the last 3 shows, I had been saying that the business to business prospects are sort of lacking when it comes to de-risking using crypto. And like a user-friendly way for staking would be highly desirable to a business. And then here on this show, somebody comes up with like a very user-friendly staking methodology. And I was looking at it and I was like, that's exactly what I wished existed 2 shows ago. You remember me talking about that? Where I was like, the real lucrative, because businesses aren't looking for like 100x, you know, whatever. They're looking for a way to both de-risk and protect their investments, right? And that's like the ultimate use case for like these staking and liquidity providing services, especially since you can like really spread it out, you know.
like, but now it's better. Yeah. Well, about trading, the only thing I know basically is going to Trade Ogre and making an ask, and if there is a bid there, then I buy. Like, let's say I want to buy 1 Monero for 152. If someone is there offering it, then he will sell it to me. That's the extent to which I know about trading. So, and putting offers in, but I don't see what problem liquidity pools provide, and I also don't know what problems liquidity pools solve, and where the value is accrued from providing liquidity. Yeah.
So liquidity pools are used as a means of offering the ability for people to get in and out of various assets. So you have liquidity providers on both like traditional stock markets, and you also have liquidity providers in crypto markets and these like decentralized exchanges. And you even have them on like just regular centralized exchanges. A liquidity provider is someone that puts orders typically on both sides of the order book. So in the traditional market, you might say something like, you might be trading, let's just suppose, NVIDIA, versus the dollar. So in order for people to be able to buy and sell NVIDIA, you need other people that are putting up orders, right? So like if I want to go onto my stock market, whatever, and say, I'm purchasing NVIDIA now with my dollars, someone out there needs to be selling NVIDIA, right? If there's no one selling NVIDIA, then I'm not going to be able to buy it. So there's this function in the markets that they need to be liquid. It needs to be relatively frictionless, relatively easy for market takers, so the people that actually want to buy the thing, to be able to buy the asset seamlessly, smoothly, with a good experience. So what ends up happening is you get companies that come in, or individuals or entities that come in, and they put liquidity into the market. They put a whole bunch of, okay, I'm selling NVIDIA for this price. I'm selling 10 shares at price X, and then I'm selling 100 shares at price X plus 0.01%, right? And so you get this order book. A liquidity provider effectively creates an order book that other people will then come in and then take orders. And so you have the same thing in crypto markets, except for on these decentralized exchanges, they have to create sort of equations to mimic what's done in a more centralized manner. In which case,
there it already starts that I don't like. But anyway,
let me take a crack at this real quick. So instead of adding all of the complexities that are built around the specific thing that you're talking about, let's make it a much simpler example. Okay. So if I have, let's say, an excavator, and I live in an area that has a lot of copper, okay, I can use my excavator and produce copper. Okay. This is the equivalent to somebody who's like, I don't know, selling crack on the dark web or mining Monero. Okay. They have the ability to acquire a lot of the thing. So we're going to call it the thing. Okay. So in our excavator example, he's producing copper. But if I was like a blacksmith, I can't just take a bunch of raw copper ore, right, and then turn it into a sword. Unless I want to also refine copper and all this other stuff, I'm going to need like a crusher. There's all of these mechanisms that take the raw thing and turn it into a usable element of the market. Are you following me so far?
Yeah, no,
Copper
the problem is, like, imagine I want to buy one Monero for 152. I go to Trade Ogre, I buy it. But if I want to buy 1,000 Monero for 152, then there will be no such liquidity or volume to provide that. Then that is what's happening.
Yes.
Someone is
And
entering and providing that.
That is exactly what is being solved. It's just you have to keep it simpler in your head, which is
no, but because Bawdy said that at equidistant distances from the spot price, that offers would be placed. So in this case, someone would offer at 132, or no, it would be at the spot price.
I said they place orders on both sides of the market. So a liquidity provider in a more traditional context, a liquidity provider would would put orders to sell the asset. Like, okay, I'm willing to sell this asset at this particular price, and they would say, okay, I'm also willing to buy the same asset at a different price. So the spread there between, I know this is kind of wordy. I really would recommend that you watch some videos on it. Both in the traditional sense.
That's the funny part about it. But anyway, so
I mean,
okay,
just in general, if you want to buy, let me try and rephrase it in a simpler fashion. Then.
Oh, okay.
If you want to buy Monero, and you want to go onto some platform to purchase Monero, there needs to be people that are selling Monero. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to buy it. Or on the other hand, let's suppose you want to sell your Monero and you go onto the platform. There needs to be someone willing to buy the Monero. Now, it can be possible that other people just put their own orders, right? I might say, hey, I want to sell Monero at 170, right? And you say, well, okay, you're saying I want to buy Monero at 152. And so we might actually both go on the exchange and then put an order and wait for someone to come fill our order. We would be liquidity providers in that case. Now, a function that you can do, so when we talk about liquidity providers, this is an entity that will go and place both buy and sell orders on the same platform. They're providing liquidity on both sides of the market, and they get a little fee. They get a small fee for doing that. And so these liquidity providers, that's how they make their money, is by just
that's the
adding...
second question. Where does that value, the fee, come from? Sorry.
The fee is paid by the person that fills the order. So if you go and you put a buy order on Kraken, and I go to Kraken and I put a sell order on Kraken, we have just increased the liquidity. If somebody comes along, let's suppose Alaska comes along and he fills your buy order, he's going to pay a small percentage of the total purchase price, and that percentage goes to you. You get that for having added liquidity to the market, and he has to pay that because he's removing liquidity from the market. Does that make sense?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Cool. Yeah, it's one of these concepts. It's really not that difficult, but then you like throw all this jargon in there and you kind of like analyze the nuance of how it works, and then suddenly you're lost, right? It's like hard to understand. We have some super chats here. So XMRChat, Ulysses XYZ tipped 25 cents. Alaska Anon gets, this is why I'm a huge XMR community fan. Lots of agorist ideas and attitudes about building a counter economy.
Thank you, Ulysses. And then Harold Bishop, for 1/4 of the greatest crypto on earth, Monero is the best. I agree, Harold.
Can we put up fairly reasonables? XMRChat, we kind of skipped over that since we were talking about liquidity providers. Tux.
I wish I could.
So it seems rather straightforward. So the problem it is solving, the liquidity provision, is that there is more volume for a high player to go in and swap it, right? And the second thing is that these fees that a person makes out of the putting offers into it are paid by the people that are selling the fee, like the fees that are gained by selling or buying are paying the interest that one is making out of providing liquidity.
Yeah, basically. That's about right.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Broke broker. Okay. I like that. Broke broker tipped 50 cents. In a DEX, you would be the liquidity. I used to mean to say liquidity. In a DEX, you would be the liquid provider by putting your large order up. Sorry, I'm doing terrible at reading right now. Let me restart. In a DEX, you would be the liquid provider by putting your large order up for a while and waiting for people to give you the Monero. If you really want to buy it, and you increase the price that you are willing to buy the Monero at.
Yeah, and one of the things that people frequently complain about when it comes to Monero is the same people who seem dead set on trying to crush Monero are also the people that we get the price from. And the further you move into these decentralized exchanges, the more power the market has to set the price. And that's a very attractive idea for those of us who are anti-centralized exchange.
All right, I rebooted my computer. Can I be heard now?
Loud
we can hear you.
Yay! Awesome. Apparently my computer was borked.
Oh man. All right. Well, at least the reboot fixed it. Let me. I want to give you the floor. Let me get to Fairly Reasonable Investor. I guess Tux isn't here because Tux, if you can hear me, we missed his XMRChat because we were kind of talking about liquidity. But anyways, Fairly Reasonable Investor said, Bawdy, why are you a 33rd degree anarchist over a 32nd? Well, obviously because 33 is higher, is a higher number than 32. But 33rd degree is the highest honor that the Masons offer all of their Freemason people. So effectively, I'm like the Albert Pike of anarchists. I'm like the top level anarchist. It's just in case anyone out there doesn't get it, right? It's a Mason reference, and the Mason
king
is
of
like
humility.
the Illuminati. Say what? Say it again.
I said you're the king of humility too. So
That's right. I am the most humble. I'm fantastically humble. I like state it in a Trump fashion. No, but it's just a part of the Mason thing because, like, if you're an anarchist, you're not a 33rd degree anything, right? It's just me being retarded.
Oh, the funniest part about my second favorite Trump quote is when they were talking about him, like basically bankrupting all those casinos and stuff, and he's like, "I was a businessman doing business." Right? Bawdy is a businessman doing business.
Well, I mean, you could call me a card counter. That would be the closest thing, the closest like semblance I have there to that analogy. Because I'm not the casino, right? Kraken and Binance, those guys are the casino. I'm just the card counter.
I love how that Bit2Me exchange delisted Monero, and absolutely nothing happened.
Bit2Me, I've never even heard of those guys.
You're running out of firepower, man.
Exactly. Like literally nothing happened. I read about it and I looked at the price and I'm like, oh, never mind. Okay, back to business.
Yeah. I mean, the last thing that they have, the last fucking delisting that, oh, sorry about that, Alaska. Hopefully I didn't curse with your children online. Anyways, the last thing these guys have is to start trying to delist in the United States. After, like, maybe they got a couple other countries like Canada. I don't even know if Canada Kraken allows Monero, but yeah, I mean, for the most part, they've expended their firepower. They've blown their load. They got a little bit left here with the United States. They'll probably keep that one in the back pocket for when they really need it. But
XMR is forcing them to lose it.
Yeah, now Monero is even being talked in like Tucker Carlson, but they are not actually telling Monero, but they are still telling XMR. Means the suppression is, I think, the state suppression of the word Monero is getting weaker and weaker.
What's up, I2P, man?
Yeah, been long. I was busy with life, like looking for job and stuff, doing real work. Yeah, I just think like Monero needs full chain membership proof as fast as possible, and like you see, like with Aaron Day as well as those guys, influencers like Toby and Heidi. They used to be little bit like not so much into privacy coin Monero, but now they are also talking like videos after videos about Monero.
I was slightly disappointed on the Tucker interview that guy said XMR instead of Monero. Because like XMR is the ticker, and okay, anyone in crypto knows what XMR is, but the audience of Tucker needs to hear the phrase Monero for that to really like make an impact.
Yeah, that's the thing. Means the state will try to put pressure to make sure that no one names it's the coin that shall not be named. So they will try to put some pressure either legally or like underhanded ways, like with threats, CIA, assassination, that kind of stuff. But yeah, slowly we have to make sure the word Monero gets out more.
Somebody should make a meme that's got the Monero logo and the dark mark, and it says the coin that shall not be named. That would be perfect.
I like to call it. I like to call it the M word. Don't use the M word.
I think the name also should be there, like in the symbol in writing, but the meme should be the coin that shall not be named, the privacy coin that shall not be named.
One thing that we saw the Fed boys do is like back in, I don't know, 2019, circa 2020, their publishings, like they would publish about different cryptocurrencies and their use for illicit activities and blah, blah, blah. They would mention Bitcoin all the time, obviously, but the number 2 mentioned coin was Monero. It was always Monero. And then mysteriously, Monero, the mention of Monero, silently disappeared from their publications, despite the fact that darknets went only Monero over that period of time and also grew in volume. So it was like, yeah, we know what you guys are doing. Y'all are playing the ignore game right now.
That's the only final strategy they have. They also need Monero for their like means keeping some like regime change operation or like keeping some hidden wealth, but they cannot let others have it too much. That's why their only final strategy will be the coin that shall not be named. That kind of strategy means extreme suppression. They will try to remove everything, even the name itself from the internet archive. They will try that. But that's the only option they have. That's why I was very much advocate for a great alliance between the Second Amendment community and the privacy community. Because otherwise, both community will be screwed. They will be dead.
I think there's like a meme to be had about Voldemort in this. Maybe I missed it, but I've been chasing it around. So
they should have reversed the amendment.
Yeah,
the
because
second one should have been the first, and then the first should have been the second, because it's like you don't even have number 1 without 2. So number 2 first.
The thing is, the funny thing is like the suppression is why is it so much higher in privacy commitments, privacy coins as well as privacy tech? It's because the like First Amendment, Second Amendment, they have the political power. That's why there should be an alliance. Otherwise, you will see all the podcasts like means the gun rights podcast. They are not talking about Monero. They don't even talk about crypto. Some do, but then they keep quiet because there is a pressure campaign. So yeah, there should be a great alliance between those guys. Only then the name Monero as well as even privacy coin, they will just it will proliferate. It will expand like no one has ever seen.
I think that there's actually an amendment that could replace both amendments, and that would be all courthouses and capitol buildings shall have a stainless steel gallows placed at the very center of the stairs leading in and out of the buildings. That would be way more effective, I think.
Yeah, I think the problem with the guys that wrote the Bill of Rights is that they were busy. Bro, come on, man.
Yeah, right now I think the Republican Party and the Libertarian Party are the only one which are supporting the First and Second Amendment. But sadly, they are not supporting the Fourth Amendment that much. That's the problem. That's why there should be a big alliance. That's the only way for survival and expansion, because Monero needs to expand.
You were saying, Bawdy?
Perhaps on that topic of expansion of Monero, like I cannot think of anything worse than imagine like a person from a totalitarian country not being able to use Monero because all the like there are so many people onboarding of the meme coin world and all that stuff, like that it gets clogged up by meme coin people, you know, or however you want to define that group, lemmings, or however, that the person that cannot use it in a disruptive fashion, you know, because it's only 40 transactions per second. So I guess disruptive use only at this stage in the game.
Personally, I think meme coins are incredibly good for Monero. For one, it's a path towards the DEX world, building like a 10,000 coin army of on and off ramping for Monero. And then I would even go a step further. You have all of these tiny little regions of different kinds of technologies and architectures for the software being explored, tested, like further hack proofing the entire system. Each and every one of these like is developing new ideas for ways to use wallets, for ways to design the transaction from the ground up. I think meme coins are unbelievably awesome. And I think that it's another example of where we need to take a look at Bitcoin and what they're doing wrong. And I think this idea of one coin to rule them all and my bags, bro, and help, the meme coins are stealing our transactions or whatever, is completely blind to the reality of the situation. Every meme coin is an opportunity to improve the competitiveness of Monero. Every meme coin is an opportunity to open up the free market to new liquidity pools and new on and off ramps and everything. I think Monero and meme coins should be absolutely joined at the hip until those meme coins either die or become not a meme coin. But my favorite example would be Bawdyanarchist. Like I absolutely love Bawdyanarchist. I love the team. I love their worldview. And they don't battle Monero, right? They just have other ideas. They're exploring them. They're almost like the unofficial test net for a lot of the things that we do. And I don't think Monero would be what it is today without Bawdyanarchist. I really don't. So meme coins are awesome in Alaska Non's book.
Yep, that's a good idea because wow, Monero, as well as all the meme coins popping up in Zeno or Firo or like those Pico, that Beam coin. Yeah, they are experimenting. Yeah, it's actually good for the privacy space because there is another alternative option, and plus people will generally, I will tell you correctly. Means the prediction is that the Monero means the place holding of Monero at the top of the privacy coin. I think it won't move at all unless and until the transaction means Monero only focuses on transaction. If Monero tries like community tries other things, then yeah, it will be troublesome because the other communities are trying to do other experiments, and I think it's a good idea that Monero community is focusing only on transaction because transaction is very difficult. Means right now I haven't seen a coin that can do 1 billion transaction because it's not possible. And I don't think a single coin, like I said before, a single coin cannot save like 8 billion people. It will be like 900 million people, but yeah, it's still fine because other coins it will actually help Monero because they will do like small transaction in other coins, but their savings will be on Monero in the future when things get like super dystopian. So yeah, I think Monero will be
one of the
fine.
things that I think people fall into all the time is the way that things are being done is what they try to replicate in their own system. And what you want to do is you want to reinvent the system, right? And you just want to use the timeless principles as the structure for whatever you're reinventing. And this idea of DeFi, which what more appropriate guest could you have possibly had than the gentleman that we're just on, right? The idea of DeFi is an absolute death sentence to the attempt to try to centralize banking, right? It's so like that you have to put so much effort into just cornering like a tiny piece of the market. If DeFi were to explode and become a much larger portion of the way that people do banking. But if you think of things in terms of, okay, if Monero continues to focus on just being private digital cash, they don't get distracted by all of this other stuff like smart contracts and so on. They're setting the table for projects like DarkFi and Xano to thrive. Because if you eliminate the need for like the private digital cash from those projects, and they focus on the need for smart contracts or, you know, decentralized finance and all of that other stuff, they won't be weighed down by the need to meet the demand for private digital cash. And as much as it's sad to see, you know, Oxen has really been struggling, right? But the underlying idea of, you know, we didn't try to be private digital cash. We tried to rework the entire system to be for like messaging and apps and whatever. Like that's what people need to do, right? You support the projects that are doing what you need to exist, but then you do your own project and don't worry about handling that aspect of the market, you know? And meme coins are a perfect example of that. Now, a lot of them may be pretty much useless or whatever, but great. It's another way for me to transact with you in a fixed value. And then, you know, I could do 100 of those transactions and then resettle into Monero or whatever. Let them live, let them breathe, stop hating, focus on what you do, you know?
What makes
Yeah,
me
that's
truly
actually correct. Yeah, whatever, yeah, Askenon have said actually correct. And yeah, another thing is, yeah, we have to make sure the expansion of Monero culture, since we are seeing like there is a division of mandatory privacy coin and like optional privacy coin. So we have to make sure like we are increasing step by step, we are increasing the volume of mandatory privacy coin. Yeah, we should allow like optional privacy coin, but we have to make sure slowly they are getting the courage. So how do you think they will get the courage? First thing is we need better taxes. We need better taxes. We have to solve the arbitration problem of heavy no, as well as like Sarai, we have to develop it properly. And yeah, the biggest problem of all privacy coin we are seeing, like barely anyone is quantum safe and barely anyone have any network level security. So yeah, we have to make sure like our priorities are set properly, like full chain membership, proof of majority of the coins, and slowly mandatory private. We have to go that route slowly, step by step.
Again, to be clear, I wasn't hating on any meme coins. I was just saying that if imagine what's if people get into Monero because of memes or because of some fun stuff, or like they will use Monero, but perhaps there will be so many that it will clog up the disruptive usage that is more needed and more important, right?
Monero
I'm talking about the usage of Monero, not the usage of other coins. I also agree that there should be lots of different coins in regards only to meet the demand of lots of transactions per second. If they're private, great. But I think it's also wishful thinking that 50K transactions per second, not even that. If you take all the projects together that are privacy coins, it's a couple of orders of magnitudes below that, but I don't want to be a doomer.
Monero only needs like 900 million means people means surviving on that. And yeah, Monero will survive. Means even state cannot defeat it because they also need it. So they will try only the suppression tactics. But yeah, if Monero can reach only not even a billion people, if it can save like 900 million people, yeah, the entire geopolitics will change. And yeah, another thing, the next big, I think, attempt will be like games, like MMOs, those, if there is an alliance between like crypto and those MMOs, yeah, because still crypto is very new. People know that yeah, Bitcoin is like 50K, 60K, 70K, but they are not truly into crypto. Like they don't even care about the values of about privacy. So yeah, I think in future we will see like crypto games like pop up like MMO, and it's very difficult, but there will be a successful one. And when it happens, oh, you'll see so much like injection of capital into even privacy coin as well as other transparent cryptos. And then
So
from those
I take it
transparent
ITP that
cryptos,
you're
you will
going
see
to be
injection into privacy coin.
I take it ITP that you are going to get the work done on getting like 100,000 Indians to adopt Monero so you can do your part on this $900 million goal.
Oh yeah, you see the text, like you see like the news, like people are paying like millions in taxes. So, and some people are moving, it's actually decreasing. So slowly, you'll see like India as well as Argentina, they are like on, and Vietnam, they were like top. And now you'll see like where there is regulation, people are just moving the capital. So yeah, it's actually fun.
India, in my opinion, is more ripe for Monero adoption than even like Mexico or Argentina, for the simple fact that think of the transaction volumes that go from, for example, any former crown colony or even the UK to India or the opposite direction. Think of all of the transactions for, let's say, for example, I mean, how many Indian doctors are serving in countries abroad and they want to send their money home, right? Like just international transaction volumes alone that you could see if the Indian population were to say, I'm not paying Western Union, I'm not paying these crooked banks. I mean, the banking system and the government in India has such a massive corruption problem, and Monero is the ultimate end around for that. You would think that just a huge adoption in that section of the market alone would represent a massive spike in transaction volume, and the actual, like the value of Monero would also spike. So it's, and I would love to see.
You are correct. And the thing is, yeah, we have to make sure like there is like counter option. I will tell you what, the state will try to produce solutions like you are seeing, like the Brics unit as well as the UPI. It's happening in India, as well as the Hamilton project. Those are extremely dangerous for us.
Before you move
Like
on, can
the
I ask you a
Hamilton
question that I've been
project.
waiting for you to come
Yeah, I
back
will
on
tell you
for
the
quite a while?
details. Yeah, the
So-
Hamilton project,
Hey, ITP,
as
hold
well
on a
as the
second.
unit.
Hold on. I have a question for you. I've had a question. I've been waiting for you to come back on for like many weeks now because I've been wanting to ask you this for a really long time. So
months, man, months.
Yeah, I said I've missed you. But so here's the thing. Like, as a person who's much more than your typical American, I'm relatively familiar with both India and China. And it's been my understanding from the places that I've lived and the people that I've known that most Indians have a very hostile view of China, and most Chinese have a very hostile view of India in aggregate. Not necessarily the individuals, but they've always had a very adversarial view of each other, and they have hundreds of years of history of screwing each other over. And then both nations are extremely distrustful of the other nation's government, is what and that's just, granted, I've only dealt with like maybe 100 Indians.
Yeah, I will
100
tell you the
Chinese,
true
but-
history. Actually, it's not 100 years. It's like 70, 80 years of hostility, I think, with the rise of the Chinese Communist Party. That's the issue. And the second
Well,
thing,
yeah,
we
there's a little gap, but then if you go back another couple 100 years, there's like a really long period of like violence.
No, actually, I will tell you the truth. I will tell you the truth of the world. I think for thousands of years, we have been like a very friendly nation. But the thing is, yeah, the governments, the rulers of China and India were incompetent. That's why they got squashed by all the invasion. I think the biggest damage was done with the Islamic invasion. And then I think the East India Company as well as the Dutch East India Company, they were just smart and they just took over. Yeah. The main hostility started with the Chinese Communist Party. And yeah, I think the hostility will still remain because many of our territory is being occupied and both of us are nuclear power. And yeah, so yeah, I think the interference
So with that in
campaign
mind,
will be
let me
less, but yeah,
extend
the
the
hostility
question a
will
little
remain.
bit. Okay. So I'm gonna extend the question a little bit because it sounds to me like we're kind of on the same page here of there is a lot of government to government and even like the population as a monolith is very distrustful on both sides. So wouldn't it make sense that the idea of like a Brics currency?
Hey, did you guys read the super chat, by the way?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
There
Yeah,
was
we got that one
supposedly
like
one
30
other one
minutes
that
ago.
we never found though.
Oh, I guess I was just sitting there.
Yeah, but my question is, wouldn't it make sense from like, let's call it a propaganda perspective, right? So the populations of both countries, or at least the moneyed populations, are relatively distrustful of their own government. They're even more distrustful of one of the other governments in this union. And then they also tend to want to get away from the dollar because everybody's getting ripped off. Wouldn't that be like a fertile ground for people to point out that Monero is the most logical solution for this problem? You're sick of the government forcing you to use an ID for a transaction? Use Monero. You're sick of the banks ripping you off for sending your money back home? Use Monero. You don't trust that the Chinese or the Indians or whatever are going to make good on their settlements? Use Monero. You don't want your government to get involved in your transactions for the purposes of collecting taxes and using it for corrupt whatever? Use Monero. Don't you think that it would be really easy in a place like India, even more so than Mexico, even more so than Argentina, even more so than all these other places? Don't you think that a pamphlet or, like a really popular meme on, I know Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff are all the rage there. Like, don't you think that it would catch on like wildfire, the idea that every one of these options are marching them towards more and more slavery when this simple solution of Monero is already right there?
Yeah, that's true, whatever you're saying. And I will tell you in specific details about the BRICS currency. It's actually called unit, and I think there will be some gold backing and like national currency backing. And the tech they will use is, listen, very important. The tech they will use is permission blockchain with fractal. The danger is it's not gonna save anyone. It's just the state of India, China, and Russia, those guys will have a competitive advantage so that they don't get sanctioned or they don't get delisted from the SWIFT system. But it's not going to save us. I'll tell you the dangers. We have to look at the enemy. The project in the United States.
ITP, I don't want to lose the train of thought here. It's very important because I want you to realize that like we have an international audience here, but it's very Western.
Yeah, I will tell you why people they are not choosing Monero. Wait, I will tell you the reason. The reason is that the government are in all three countries, Russia, China, and India, they are incompetent, and they are, most importantly, I think we should know, they are enemy. They are authoritarians, they are totalitarians, they are rulers. Don't forget that. Their state is to the core. They are the enemy.
So, I2P, can you comment to the audience here? If it's still this way, I haven't been there in a very long time. So I do know a lot of Indians, but they don't live there either anymore. And isn't it true though that to this day, Indians are actually very distrustful of their government, especially economically?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Let me tell you. Recently, they have launched a policy to allow citizens to buy lots of gold in lower taxes. Generally, I think few years ago, if you buy a lot, any kind amount of gold, you have to pay a higher taxes. But due to the geopolitical changes and few alignment of stars, they've changed that policy. They want their citizens to hold a lot of gold. Compared to Russia and China, they are holding too much gold and they are disallowing the gold from their citizens. But in India, it's different because they still want to maintain a difference between those cultures. But the thing is, you have to remember the rulers of India, China, and Russia, they are all tyrants. They are the enemy. Don't forget that. Even the United
well, we know that, but hold on. What I'm trying to make sure that I'm getting from you to the audience here is what it's actually like for the general population in India when looking at these issues. And one of the things that I was trying to continue like the line of thought is, correct me if I'm wrong, but the private infrastructure in India, if it's still the way that I remember, is so far outpacing like the government-backed infrastructure at this point. Everybody is using the internet on their cell phones. Nobody is using the actual infrastructure as provided by the government, right?
All thanks to privatization. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
and there is a huge push at every level, politically and socially, to move as far away from centralization in other areas. And this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to tell people, like, India has it made when it comes to convincing people to move away from their own government and into something like Monero, because they're already doing it.
Wait, let me tell you why it's happening. It started with China. Means they started privatizing, extreme privatization. But the thing is that it's not true privatization because they have like small, tiny agents of government regulators inside those companies. So they are private, they're earning a lot of money and fully deregulated, like fully slave labor. But the thing is, they have like agents and they are influencing the policies. So it's not actually means good. Means the thing is, even in India, they are trying to.
Do you mind if I put a tag on this here real quick? Instead of calling it privatization, the Western world would probably acknowledge it as more of like a corporatization, right? So it's like special corporations
private-public partnership, like the World Economic Forum used to say, like Nazi policies. Like
it is the definition of fascism. So
Hitler tried to do that. It's the same stuff.
I have a great meme that would be great for Monero in India. I think.
I will tell you the details how to counter that. The thing is, UPI means they're trying to push UPI and other alternative stuff to get away from PayPal as well as SWIFT system. The counter is very easy. They just have to make sure the influence and ad campaigns are happening about the privacy nightmare and the doxing. Because most of the stuff in UPI is extremely advanced system. And it's like it's sometimes incompetent because it's run by government. So what do you expect? But compared to other like old SWIFT system as well as other banking system, it's actually very advanced. But still, there is like extreme surveillance. So when there is extreme surveillance, there is like news articles. We just have to recycle those articles and put a tag of Monero privacy coins. And I think the circulation of privacy coin in both China and India and Russia, it will increase. Even in the West, Europe,
I think a perfect
United States, it will increase like crazy.
Yeah,
I2P, imagine a meme.
About 2 seconds. So when Slave Blocker starts talking, he actually probably started talking about like 1.5 seconds ago, just so you know.
So a perfect meme about India and Monero would be the serious face of Ramanujan looking, and then he would have used Monero or something. Didn't get you, Weskaino.
Yeah, you've got to give a little bit of space, like silent space for delays on the internet, because what happens is you, I2P, and Alaska just dominate the conversation, and you can't really get in a word in edgewise unless it's on Alaska's turn, because you seem to be very chatty, which is understandable, and that's fine. but there's a lag that you've got to take into account.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes, sorry, I get excited after having so much stuff being watched.
Oh, that's fully understandable. We are all excited. What's been exciting me recently is Haveno. We're now averaging 11 trades a day, and XMR Bazaar getting.
I was not here, but yeah, I was very active with all the videos happening.
And XMR Bazaar crossing 1,000 items. We've got 1,050 items on XMR Bazaar now. It's really growing, and it's really beautiful.
Saw that too.
So I think it would be very interesting with all of this in mind. You have a 3-prong approach. So you start with tech savvy or moneyed individuals in India, and you try to show them these idea of liquidity pools and decentralized exchanges and how they can use it to create passive incomes for themselves and increase the amount of freedom available to the population. And then they can also help onboard and offboard people using either the local currency or gold or whatever. Then the second prong of your attack is to go after the heart of the population, like the largest cross section of the population. And you demonstrate the fact that Monero is an actually trustworthy private means by which they can do business. So now you've got your doctors or your lawyers or your skilled labor, especially those working abroad, are all interested in using Monero wherever they can. And then you go to the fringes of society and you express the need for a ladder, right? An economic ladder. And you just point out how they're being attacked by things like interest rates and transaction fees and all of these other things. And Monero is an excellent path for them to start building wealth and building capital in a way that it gets them away from the taxes and gets them away from the transaction fees. And you could see a massive explosion in Monero adoption if we were to do something like that in India. The problem is I'm really removed from it at this point. So I don't know a lot of people who are currently there right now. But a person like you is perfectly positioned for doing this. So I would encourage you to take the reins on such an idea.
Yeah, there are people that are doing that. I will tell you one interesting thing. I think you will see the major major development happening will be on satellite internet, because you'll see in all those countries like China and India, a satellite internet means Starlink as well as satellite phone connection. Those are like banned. Even proper like encrypted radios, those are like banned even in some of the US states. So yeah, you will see like major development happening in those fronts, and slowly you will see like people are concentrated and like they are advocating for privacy point more. You'll see slowly like the interesting things happening in geopolitics. It's like, wow, I haven't seen. I expected things will get rough, but man, they are so incompetent.
I had to go get something. I missed a little bit, but so a person can get setups like these.
What they could be smuggled also. You'll find people.
Yeah, you can get setups like these for like $9, but they're programmable.
Is it the bow thing? Walkie-talkies?
These ones, these are the ones that I had out because they're going to Monerotopia, but they're programmable radios, and these ones are UHF, which is kind of ideal for. They were the ones that were most available. But the thing is the world of programmable radios, it has now gotten so cheap and so easy that you can build something equivalent to a mesh net using programmable radios, and you can pick your bandwidth or your frequency that
Meshtastic.
Yeah,
it uses 950.
exactly.
is
Like
fine.
you can do a lot with these things, including set up your own comms over incredibly great distances. And then it's not even that complicated to do repeaters as well.
It's kind of funny because as an amateur radio person, I've been playing with this stuff for a while as well. And Meshtastic looks very, very similar to an amateur radio protocol called APRS, the Automated Packet Reporting System. And it looks very, very similar in architecture to that. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, the thing is, we have to worry about the Meshtastic as well as the ham radios. Those are not coming from China, as well as those are not coming from like shady places where they put like rig device, like explosives, like we have seen in that Hezbollah war. Oh, it was fun. The pager and the walkie-talkie stuff exploding.
Oh well, thankfully the Meshtastic devices, like those like the TDEX and the different Meshtastic devices are so easy to take apart.
Yep.
That you couldn't really hide anything in those things because anybody can take them apart in like 2 seconds and look at everything inside of it.
For anyone who's going to be using these at Monerotopia, I just want you to know that I have inspected them for explosive devices.
Yeah, always support like open source hardware as well as like transparent hardware. Those are like great because you never know when there is an explosive down there.
You guys are almost as paranoid as me, and you're probably in need of some counseling. Just saying. There could be explosives in my radio.
That's hilarious.
Well, yeah, there could be, but you could just check.
I have a question to Bawdy and want to make a shout out to Cabañas for all his great work. And I did translate the chapter of dynamic block size to Portuguese and Zero to Monero. Probably should have done a better work. May he be a core dev for a long time. Bawdy, I have a question. Are you there? No, he's not. Okay. I2P, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, about the block subsidy. Do you think that it makes any difference in the long run to raise it, let's say to 0.8 or 1 or?
No, means like some people are advocating to increase the tail emission from 0.6 to higher amount, and even like you will see, Firo is trying to have like tail emission of 1 Firo. I think those are like bad ideas because we should let other coins also try. I think Monero should have like a conservative approach because there is no threat to Monero. Like it's still the top privacy coin, and the state cannot do anything against Monero except suppression. That's the only tactics they got. The delisting of centralized exchange means assassination of developers and like suppression. That's only 3 things they could do. Yeah,
oh, man.
Those are the only 3 things they could do because they also need Monero. So yeah.
No, that's a wishful thinking. I think that the government should govern the land and whatever infrastructure is on, but shouldn't govern our minds. Apart from that, the government needing Monero, I think that's wishful thinking.
Slave blocker. The thing is, they're incompetent, and that's why I think Monero. I'm not saying that shouldn't be experiments. I think Monero should be like conservative and let others try experiments. Like Tari have like
no, in a general sense. In a general sense. Do you think that when you're like output of 0.6, like why don't you think it? Because why don't you think that it matters? Why don't you think it matters?
The conservative approach is important because sadly there are no data. Because you will see like full chain membership proofs as well as quantum secure cryptos, they will increase the data amount. And since we are not going for like tokens and stuff, we are just focusing on like transactions. So yeah, it will be heavy, but yeah, it's still manageable. So yeah, I think the demand will be higher for Monero since it will be in future quantum secure as well as full chain, full anonymity set. So yeah, I
So
think we should
there's a few things that I kind of disagree with you here on. For one, I think the most urgent need for as much dev effort that we can muster is definitely on usability, not so much quantum, because quantum has hit some serious roadblocks in the last couple of years, and it is a long way out from solving all of the necessary problems to actually making it a usable threat to something like crypto. That said, Monero is actually pretty well prepared for. Monero is pretty well prepared for a lot of, the future of quantum as we know it. I mean, it has a very long shelf life as it is before quantum becomes an actual serious threat. And usability will actually increase the dev budget for quantum resistance in the future, so that the quantum resistance thing, although it is a concern for many, 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 many years down the road, right now, usability is an urgent problem for the non-technically savvy individuals. And there's been a few people on here that have shared kind of a similar opinion, like Aaron Day.
I also have a concern because
as far as trying to get people on the right, I think a lot of people, especially like people looking at America from the outside looking in, which I consider myself one of those people. Like Alaska doesn't really feel like it's America, and that's one of the reasons I live here. But the thing is a lot of people from the outside looking in are blissfully unaware of how it is almost a parallel level of stupidity with your average Republican voter. Most people that are caught up in what they loosely call the right wing, which is currently significantly left of like JFK. But anyways, the people who consider themselves Republicans are no less sheep than anybody else in a general sense. Okay. And that's not to hate on people who actively participate in the political system because they want to try to hold back the tyranny or whatever, and they're out there. I don't agree with them. I think it's a waste of time, but they have their opinion, I have mine, and fair enough. If you're on the same team, we can be friends. But the thing is the number of let's call it usable brain power in that body of people. I mean, most of these people are the same people who sold us down the river for the Wu flu lockdowns or the vaccination mandates or whatever, right? I mean, they are still status and they are still a threat. And look what happened with Bitcoin adoption when they were so focused on number go up that they welcomed the bankers into their ranks. They welcomed everybody and their mother into their ranks. Jealously guarding the philosophical worldview of Monero for at least the next couple of years is far more useful than trying to bring every right winger. Now, that said, yes, there is a gun advocate community within the right wing that you are absolutely right should be sought after. Or the gold bugs. If they only understood more about Monero, they would probably be on our side. That's true. But generally speaking, most of the right wing are, in my view, unfortunately, and I wish it wasn't true, but they are adversarial because they are the same people that will become useful idiots when the next tyrannical BS comes down the pipeline. And we should not forget how most of these people have already sold us out over and over and over again. And to not learn from history would be to be doomed to repeat it, right?
Yeah, Ascalon is correct, as well as slave blocker. I think the concern is point of sale system should be improved, as well as the major concern I see is the syncing issue. Heavy development works needs to be done in all privacy coins. I haven't seen a successful coin having solved that problem. I think Mimblewimble coins, as well as some heavily experimental coins, have tried to solve it, but it's not working. Neptune, they're trying, but it's not
if
working.
If you don't mind, I'd like to turn this into actionable information for anybody who may be choosing to listen right now, which is when we are, I believe I speak for everybody when I say this, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we say development needs to be done, that doesn't mean, for those of you listening, that guy over there who writes code should be doing what Alaskanon is saying. That means something much bigger, which is you, the individual listening, should be taking an active role in helping these processes come to fruition. That it may be something super simple, like send them some money. Okay. It might be something, if you have a little bit of technical prowess, use what they're developing and give them bug reports. Put the time into creating an account on such and such forum, explaining what you're going through step by step. When they help you, you give them feedback. There are two kinds of people in this world on the forums: people who create an account to ask for solutions to their problem, and then they disappear when they get it. And then the absolute giga-chads, the people who deserve a statue in every park in the entire world, which is the people who then give feedback and say, such and such solution solved my problem. Okay. The feedback doesn't stop when you've fixed your problem. You keep communicating. This is the thing that fixed it. Okay. For those of you who have the same problem, this is what I did. This is the version that I was using, and so on. Those little steps save these developers hours and hours of time. It takes you 10 minutes and it saves them hours. Okay. So do the work of getting back on the forum and telling them what solved your problem. The next group of people, if you're none of those things, get the word out. Okay. There are developers out there that may want to work on a project like this that don't even know it exists. Okay, there are thousands of code developers that have no idea what Monero is. That may be hard for people to believe that are listening to this in some cases, but I assure you, there are hundreds and hundreds of people that would love to work on a project like this that do not know it exists. How do you get the word out? Try to pay people in Monero. That's a great way to do it. How do you get the word out? Go online, print off somebody's hard work on making a pamphlet or whatever, put it in those pamphlet slots at every business and church that you go to. Keep it in your purse if you're a lady or a dude who's smart enough to have a purse. And then get those pamphlets out into the public. Talk about it, right? There are things that you listener can be doing right now that cost you very little, that can get the word out, and it would be an immense help. And so when we're talking about those guys over there, the developers, that doesn't mean close your ears and whatever. That means, what can I do to help if I'm not a developer to get this idea off the ground, or your own ideas, right? Developers of open source software are already committing to making a huge sacrifice in their own life to the greater good, to advancing freedom in the world right now. Okay. And you can allocate your time, your treasure, your social capital to improving their lives and helping them get the work done, and then rewarding them for getting the work done. And these people should be thought of as heroes. They should be spoken about as though they're heroes, because they are.
Like, for example, with me, I am not a developer. Absolutely not. What I am is a community person. I can go into a community and I can learn, I can play with the software, I can find weird things, I can point people to help when they need it, and I can help people. That's what I do. I talk to people in the community forums. I talk to people in the chats when people are having trouble and they're like, how do I get my first XMR? I go, oh, you need XMR? Here, I'll sell you 0.11 XMR to get you started. or I'll sell you 0.05 XMR to get you started. What's your PayPal address? What's your Venmo address? Where can I, where can we get the money from one to the other? That's what you can do to help.
Yep, both of you are correct.
And the liquidity providing thing is something that I didn't even mention, but that's exactly it.
Yeah,
like business people providing liquidity are the unsung heroes of the crypto world right now.
Yeah, and I was very impressed with the development of AI. People are trying out programming languages like Python, Rust, Flutter. Oh boy, it's fun.
So yeah, let's all do.
I wanted to say a final point on that. Well, not final, just a comment that I had in my mind, about that block subsidy. Is it cool, or we can do it next week?
That's what this show is for, man. Go for it.
So what last week I said I wondered I wondered if lots of things can go wrong. For example, if I'm gonna run, if God willing, next next January on pool in Bulgaria, and I could set it that whenever I find a block, I want the the transactions only to be put inside the block if the total amount of fee is bigger than 1 Monero. Then I will just mine empty blocks, right? Then you could argue, oh, that's bad and that's not profitable, that's irrational, this and that. However, I could do it. So anyone that runs a pool could do this. So I wanted to harp on the idea of Bawdy, of mining a transaction.
Yeah, that's
because,
the issue.
because I think wait, because Bawdy had the idea of not just mining the block but mining also the transaction, and we had a discussion with Arctic Mine about this. And my opinion, my wondering about it is that it should happen, because if you want to, we're talking about the most perfect type of money, right? We're transacting gold, for example, over the ocean, lots of tons. Then that has a cost, right? In Monero, the amounts are blinded. But there should I could also require, as a pool manager, that the difficulty of the mined transaction, not the mined block, is of a certain amount. And if we have these two things, of the fee, which is in a sort a stake that your transaction will go through, then these two things will tend down. I guess that's what will happen in the future. Like, the fees will always go down in cost of you putting the money in and in the mining of the transaction. Yeah, like Jetsons or something.
Yeah, the empty block attack, I think state can do that. Yeah, I'm also worried about centralized mining pools. But yeah, I've seen the recent development, all the advocacy, people are even now talking about the dangers. You've seen the recent video of the Hated One as well as Naomi Brockwell. They are now talking about the dangers of SIM card. Oh, it's fun. So yeah, I'm also worried about centralized points in Monero, but the centralized pools, mining pools, and they could try empty block attack. But yeah, generally I think we could, as community, we could figure out solutions like proper development and research. We could figure out some solutions. Yeah, but we have to figure out how to fix the arbitrator problem of the heavy node deck.
Yeah, so to answer Slave Blocker, to answer your question, that was when we were having the question about the transaction counts had smashed up to 120,000, and we were getting the what we thought might be a black marble attack, or it could just be stress
What question
testing.
are you talking about?
Well, a second ago, you had referenced me in an idea that I had about transaction mining, about needing to. I assume that you meant including a proof of work with each transaction.
No, the question I had when you were not here was first.
No, the one that you just said. The one that you just stated right now.
That was not the question. That is my wondering and opinionated thing that you are right, man. You should mine the transaction.
No, I'm here to tell you I was wrong. Okay, so the reason that I had ever proposed the idea of mining a transaction, and mining a transaction wouldn't even be the right nomenclature. It's more that you have to include a proof of work regarding your transaction, right? The idea being that if someone was trying to flood the network with transactions as a relatively low cost attack against Monero, that now they would have to do a proof of work with each of those hundreds of thousands or perhaps millions of transactions, right? Which would cost them CPU time. The reality, though, is that for you to be able to implement a proof of work for your transactions like that would be achievable for a cell phone, right? So that you can keep Monero usable. So maybe, like a 2 to 5 second proof of work on an average cell phone. The problem is that would be a very, very surmountable hurdle for anyone that was attacking Monero.
Yeah,
anyone
sorry.
that was willing to pay the
thing
fees.
that an aspect that I forgot to say is that, in my opinion, when we reach, for example, this would happen like when we reach 10x of the hash rate that we have now, where the state level attacker cannot do anything anymore. Then I think that your approach of putting a proof of work regarding a transaction plus paying a fee for the transaction makes sense, because one, you are mirroring what happens in nature, reality now with gold, with the proof of work, and you are also paying the miner for the incentive of including the transaction. So,
no, but you wouldn't.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, man.
But you're already it doesn't. It's a terrible.
No,
idea.
I get your argument.
Like,
I get your argument now.
It accomplishes.
Before we continue, we can continue it off the show, but I think Tux is trying to end it. So let's run the thing and then continue this. I'll hang out for a little while too, because this is fascinating to me.
I will also
but
have
it is
to
5
leave.
hours
I
now.
Bro,
so
you can just like jump in at any moment and interrupt us and be like, hey, it's time to end the stream.
Too much excited. Yeah, I will try to respond to slave blockers comment. Yeah, the two
Also,
attacks.
I'm not trying to interrupt anybody. If someone was deep in a conversation, continue. But the stream is going along, and I think it stopped streaming already on LinkedIn because of some time limit thing.
Yeah, so let's end the stream and let's carry on the conversation after the fact.
Yeah,
don't buy Monero. Buy.
Any last like? Is anyone trying to finish?
Yeah, I think I will tell last slave blockers comment. I think the attack surface of empty block attack as well as the spam attack, I think they are only for like nuisance. They are attacks, but they're not trying to destroy Monero. They will try to like disrupt Monero. We should say like that. Means they are trying to put nuisance. They will try to disrupt Monero's success, but they're not trying to destroy Monero, because Monero right now, it's at the point it cannot be destroyed. If people are mining and people are doing the transaction P2P, buying vegetables, buying bullets, I think Monero will not be stopped anymore. And when we get full chain membership proof, yeah, it's already over. Yeah, we won the cultural war. We won the culture war, and yeah, I think if it's good if we get post quantum security, and I think we will achieve like full privacy coin singularity. I think Monero at that point cannot be stopped.
Well,
all right, take us out, Tux. Take us out, Tux.
Nope, all good. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you next week. Usual time.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.